was on this day?
In 1967, good-looking Evan Dando, the lead singer of the Lemonheads, was born, and Carrie and Bill could not bear to play their biggest hit,
Mrs. Robinson,
which was a remake of Mrs. Robinson.
There's nothing.
Are we doing this?
Yeah.
And now, ladies and gentlemen, it's Farting Around with Radio from Hell on X96.
Well, happy Inauguration Day, by the way. Just
Yes.
I want to throw that out there. Today is the legitimate Inauguration Day, and happy Inauguration Day. I just hate the Lemonheads. Evan Dando does not. He has no voice. He's a shame.
He's good looking. He didn't have to have
He
a
doesn't.
voice.
Yeah, he doesn't have to. He's just. I'm just going to be good looking over here.
So that was the title track from the album, the titular track, because that's the name of the album, "Shame About Ray." And so I thought, well, what the hell is that all about?
That's a shame about Ray.
The title track was inspired. This is how dumb the Lemonheads are, I think.
Okay.
Was inspired by a quote from Evan Dando. They were in Sydney, Australia, and he had seen in a Sydney newspaper a reference to Ray Martin losing his job as the presenter of the midday show
No.
on Australian television. And Evan Dando was heard to very, very ponderously remark, "Well, it's a shame about Ray." And so that's what they wrote the
It's a
song.
perfectly fine reason for.
No, it is no reason for a song.
And see, and I always thought it was about my cousin Ray, because if you knew him,
It's a shame.
it's a shame.
Apparently, the video for that song has Johnny Depp in it.
Yeah.
And,
And apparently, that good-looking Evan Dando,
yeah.
not so much.
Really?
No.
Oh, so that happens when you get older, eh?
He's kind of yeah. Look at me.
You're just as handsome as you ever were, Bill.
Yeah.
Well, now
sure.
Now, see, here's the thing: is that the reason I brought up "It's a Shame About Ray" is that I was, you know, how NPR occasionally throws in songs in between, you know, and
Yes.
they threw in "It's a Shame About Ray" briefly, and I went,
I forgot about that song. Yeah.
Lemonheads, is that who that is? Because I
Is that
couldn't
Robert
remember.
Siegel? Robert Siegel?
I can't remember what it was, but and then I looked it up and I went, "Oh yes, that was the Lemonheads." I remember,
Wow.
and I completely forgot this song by the Lemonheads.
This was their biggest hit.
This was a big
What is
hit.
this one?
Into Your Arms.
I don't know. Actually, I think Mrs. Robinson was a bigger hit, but this
Yeah.
was
Sure
their-
it was. But,
See, that's a
And what about the
band.
candy, the Lemonheads, Bill? How do you feel about the candy?
I'm fine with that.
oh, I love the candy. Lemon is a wonderful flavor.
My daughter really loves lemon.
Well, I
lemon
was out running my errands, and the bakery that closed opened up again under new ownership, and so I went in to see if they had any good cake. And I got a slice of lemon cake that was quite tasty.
How'd you pay for that? You didn't have any cash with you, did
Well,
you?
see, this was approved. This was-
Cake is approved.
I
Chicken
was on
sandwiches are not approved.
I was on assignment. All right.
Okay.
But
All
yeah,
right, honey, you can have a piece of lemon cake.
Well, I was going after just your traditional white type wedding cake. They didn't
Yeah.
have any of that. But so I got the lemon and the other one. The lemon was tasty though. Quite happy. Lemon is I like the scent of lemon and the taste of lemon. Oh, it's a wonderful thing.
You put a little
Carrie, right here.
lemon juice behind your ear every day.
My lotion, because I have lotion all over the house because I wash my hands 100 times a day. My studio lotion is this lovely lemon scented.
Oh,
lotion.
I like that.
Here, do you want to? I'll give you a little. You want a
Give
little?
me some. Give me.
There.
And I never
Bleh.
have anything scented if I can help it.
That's not lotion. What is that?
I love it. I'm gonna have some too.
Can
Bill,
you
do you want
smell it,
some?
Gina? No, thank you. Can you smell it?
yeah.
Because it sounds like you're stuffed up.
No, I have a little allergy something.
He said,
but I'm fine.
I got to try it. But you
Could be
said-
all the thawing that's happening outside.
It could be. And wind. It was windy last
Thaw
night.
and wind.
Yeah, it's a windy Inauguration Day. But I don't know. I'm going to sit down and watch the...
Watch the inauguration.
Yeah, it's going to be the
Watch them
Inauguration Day.
pull Joe Biden's face off Donald Trump's head.
body.
Oh,
Yeah.
that's ridiculous. That's
Yeah,
not
'cause-
going to happen.
yeah,
They're just gonna haul him out in chains and put Donald Trump into the office.
Yeah. And besides, Biden's a robot. Didn't you read that?
Which I thought he was.
Oh, yeah.
I can't remember.
I thought he was your absent-minded uncle who lived in the basement.
No, that's the man under the stairs. That's a different.
So
That's a
anyway,
different
it's yeah. So just look by. I think it's at noon or something like that. I'm not sure exactly, but of course, there will be the inauguration today, the real inauguration.
Mm-hmm. And executions, summary executions.
Should be some
as well.
executions, probably.
That's happening as well today. That's all.
Yeah.
It's just known. It's just known. It'll be
Well,
revealed.
in Gilead, they like to hang people over the wall, kind of in a line, so everybody can see. This could be.
Exactly.
You better watch it.
And
So they'll do that.
And that's how you know there is no balm in Gilead. No balm.
Yeah.
Yeah, there's no I in team. There is a me, though.
But there is an ASS in assume.
You assume
It makes an ASS of you and me.
you and me. Everybody's an ass.
Well,
And orange. I like orange scent, too, but I think I like lemon better.
You're a citrus guy. How do you feel
Yeah.
about the lime?
Lime's good. Lime's good.
I like
But,
lime.
Yeah, if I'm picking, it's lemon, then orange, then lime.
Okay.
I like lemon lime. I'm particularly fond of lemon lime.
No, Andrew.
This is
Andrew, the saying is not when you assume you make an ass of Uma Thurman. That's not how. Sorry, Andrew.
No.
He's trying though, and we give him points for trying to help with this edition.
This has been Farting Around with Carrie, Bill, and Gina on X96, Radio from Hell.
Besides, Evan Dando sounds like dander, and you know how I hate dander.
Oh, you hate the dander.
It's well known. I hope that's on your Wikipedia page. I hope someone has taken the time to put that on.
I hope so too. They will. And sure, I haven't looked at my Wikipedia page in a long time. There's too much there.
Well, you've done too much, Bill. You
I
give
have.
and give and give.
I don't know if I have one. I know that the morning show has one, and I know that it's like, people keep trying to tell me that they try to change things that are wrong in it, and when they try, some administrator won't let them. There's a bit on the Wikipedia apparently that says that I created the character of Frank Christ. I didn't. Cousin Brad did. And I keep trying to get somebody to go in and edit that out. And when they do, then an administrator comes in and puts it back and says, you're not allowed to do this.
I think it's who's trying to stop that is Cousin Brad.
Probably
he doesn't want people to know
He doesn't want people to
that he
And
created
he came
it.
up with Frank Christ.
That's right.
Oh,
my Lord.
tragedy.
Oh, terrible.
All right.
All
It's
right,
just
let's get this.
one of the three voices that Cousin can do.
Let's get this over with, shall we?
All right.
We'll take your check-ins at 877-602-9696 after we come back and officially begin the show. We'd like to know what you're doing today. How are you? What's going on with you? Are you going to be okay? Are you going to be okay on this inauguration day? Let us know. Call us, check in with the Radio from Hell show at 877-602-9696.
BigOTires.com. You're out driving around, you get a flat, look it right up on your phone. There's one near you, probably.
I have done this very thing because I usually go to the one on Highland Drive. That's the one where they know me when I pull in and they say, "Hey, Gina, what do you need?" I was in Ogden with a flat tire, looked up Big O, found one near me, and they fixed me up too.
They know you there, too, now, Gina, because I went there as well, and they said, "Oh, you're that guy that works with Gina, aren't you?" Big O Tires, the team you trust. Right now, save up to $150 on Nitto, Toyo, or Pirelli tires through April 4th. But, they have the lowest price on every tire every day at Big O Tires. And you should check out the Big O brand tires. Those are really good ones as well. They do alignments, oil changes, all of that kind of thing. And I'm sure you can find a Big O tire store in your neighborhood. Just go to bigotires.com and find those guys, the team you trust. Carrie, you're closer, the closest of all of us to toys. I mean,
Yes.
you're surrounded by them.
Like physically, right now.
Yeah. So the Toy Hall of Fame.
Yes.
They've announced their inductees for this year. One of these I don't even know, and one of them I'm not sure why it's classified as a toy. So the National Toy Hall of Fame in New York announced this year's inductees are the classic doll Baby Nancy. Do you know Baby Nancy, Gina?
It's just one of those baby dolls that have been around forever. It's just one of the first and earliest, and it's just been a mainstay.
I think the only doll I could really say. Oh, Betsy Wetsy. I remember
Baby
Betsy
Nancy
Wetsy.
is the reason it's her. She's a black baby doll.
Mm-hmm.
Oh,
That's why that was
Okay.
of note.
and then Jenga. Now that's a game.
Mm-hmm.
So I guess that classifies as a toy.
Sure.
But then the other one is sidewalk chalk. Now how is that? I don't.
It's
It's
I
a
mean,
toy.
you don't necessarily. I mean, what the classification of toy is. It's hard to say. I think it's anything that keeps your kids occupied.
Yeah.
And that dates back to
Hopscotch.
even further. I mean, further caveman times. I mean,
That's. Ugg want sidewalk chalk. So the toys that didn't, there were 12 finalists. Here are the ones that didn't make the cut. Bingo,
Bingo hasn't been in there yet.
not yet.
Huh.
What? Now, you might know what this is, Gina. Briar horses.
I used to collect them. They're my favorite. I love Briar horses.
They didn't make the cut. Light Bright, Masters of the Universe,
yes.
My Little Pony, Risk. There's Master of the Universe right there. Carrie's got it at x96.com/live.
Oh, He-Man.
Skeletor,
I'm not in the Hall of Fame yet.
Of course, neither's He-Man. Sorry, the game Sorry, Tamagotchi, and Yahtzee.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, they're a Baby Nancy, created in 1968, became the best-selling black doll in Los Angeles by the end of the year.
Yeah,
So-
Briar horses were that's all I wanted for my birthday and Christmas, because they were like Carrie collects his toys. Like the new ones would come out, and there were ones that were hard to find.
How many do you have? How many did you have?
Oh, I probably had 30 or 40 of them.
And where are they now?
I don't know.
Why?
They're probably in a box in Mary Claire's garage, probably. But
Don't you want to go dig them up?
Yes, now I want to. So they had there will be famous horses, like famous race horses.
Seabiscuit.
Or famous horses from TV and movies.
Mr.
you
Red.
could get. Yeah.
Flicka.
Or they were just breeds. Like, you try to collect all the breeds.
Appaloosa.
Yes.
Palomino.
Yes.
Pinto.
I had a whole bookshelf with, I loved them.
Now they have wheels, or
No, they're
so you
horses.
could drive them around? Well, yeah, but you want to be able to
No, Bill, you do, like...
pretend that they're galloping?
Yeah.
Were they on little stands, like rearing up in the air?
Sometimes. Those were special ones. But they were easier to play with if they weren't on the stands.
Now, because people have asked me, not just you guys, but have asked me before about this Toy Hall of Fame thing, and as I recall, I'm not for sure, but as I recall, it's only been together about just a few years that they've done the Toy Hall of Fame, and that's why some of these, the ones that you would think should be
Obvious,
in there,
yeah.
should be in there, and they, for some reason, only induct 3 a year in, which, that's seems kind of an arbitrary.
Yeah, I don't know why are these. Let's see, here's the Toy Hall of Fame home. Here are toys inducted by year.
Ball in a cup? Is Ball in a cup in there?
Let me see. Well, the first year that they did this is
Stick in a hoop? What about the hoop and the stick?
1998. So it's been around for a while.
Yeah. But they only induct like 3 a year in.
Well, that first year they did like 10. I don't know why. Then the number goes down. In 2001, there were only 2 things inducted: Silly Putty and Tonka trucks. Let's see, what was last year? Last year was coloring books.
Okay.
Magic the Gathering, and Matchbox
Wait a minute.
Cars.
You have Magic the Gathering before you have bingo? That doesn't make any sense.
I hate to break it to you, Gina, but Magic the Gathering is one of the biggest selling games
I know, but
on the
don't you,
planet right now. So,
but don't you start with, where we started? You
Well,
start with ball and a cup and bingo.
Well,
I
and
agree with you. I
Coloring
agree with
books.
you.
You know, I mean, number one, the first place they started was, playing soccer with the skulls of your enemies. That's where,
That's number one.
yeah, that's number one.
That should be.
Yeah.
Makes sense. You saved Magic
yeah.
the Gathering for
Exactly.
several years down the road.
Magic the Gathering is similar to playing soccer with the skulls of your enemies, but not exactly the same.
All right, 6:20 right now. Let's get it over with.
All right, we'll take your check-ins in just a second. At 877-602-9696, you can call in and just give us a little shout-out, a little, hey, here's what I'm doing. How are you guys? What are you doing? Oh, by the way, to clear things up, there are no individual pages on Wikipedia for us. It's one big page for Radio from Hell, but there are sections for each one of us. That's just a point of clarity there. I want to make that clear. All right. So, Gina, shall we officially begin?
Sure, it's brought to you by lemon scented
fine.
lotion. It
Gina,
smells like
Gina,
it. See the lemons
Gina,
on the.
If you don't have a sponsor, you can just say. No,
Doesn't it sound better? Like it doesn't sound like nobody wants to spend money on our show. Doesn't it sound better if I say?
No, because you're
lemon-scented
obviously
lotion?
making something up.
You don't know that.
No, you're right. I don't. I'll be looking forward to that lemon scented lotion check. The moon is 67.1% of full. It is a waning gibbous moon. It will set today at 10:10 a.m. Today being Thursday. It's Inauguration Day, the 4th day of March in the year of our Lord Jesus Christ, 2021. And it's 349 days since we saw the shadow of the pandemic and dug into our familial burrows to wait out the virus. Welcome to the Great Awakening, everybody. The day when all things will be made right and the evil lizard pedophiles will be overthrown and the rightful president will be restored.
Finally.
This
We've
is
been
Radio
so
from
patient.
Hell. This is Radio from Hell. You see why we don't have a sponsor for this? This is Radio from Hell, starring the Lords of Morning Radio, Kerry Jackson, Bill Allred, and Gina Barberi. Katie, for short, is here to guide us along the path of righteousness. She's our producer, and she has two good helpers to help her, Miriam and Skip. So won't you join us on this day, the day of the great pumpkin's ascent to the glory that he deserves.
That's right.
And remember this, when Patty said to Linus in It's the Great Pumpkin, Charlie Brown, remember this,
Okay.
Patty said to Linus as he was writing a letter to the Great Pumpkin, "You're wasting your time. The Great Pumpkin is a fake." And Linus therein replied, "And so let it be written, so let it be known. Dear Great Pumpkin, everyone tells me that you are a fake, but I believe in you. P.S. If you really are a fake, don't tell me. I don't want to know."
So sad.
Sounds about right.
All right. Check-ins, eh?
Let's begin. 877-602-9696. If you have a mind to check in. Braden is on the phone.
Hello.
Good morning, one and all.
Good morning.
Good morning.
How are we doing today?
Just fine. Very excited for the Great Awakening. How about you?
Mm-hmm.
I am too. I think it's going to be hilarious when they're like, wait a minute. I thought, but didn't,
Yeah,
hold on.
Yeah.
I thought you were going to.
But
Wait a
you know, I mean, people are taking this seriously enough, and we'll talk about it coming up in the news. But there's security at the United States Capitol today. I think the House is not meeting today.
Yeah, they closed Congress. It's not meeting
because they're afraid that there might be some danger.
I live right by our state capitol, and I'm curious to see if anything is going to happen there today.
Well, it's already run by Republicans.
They don't have to overthrow
They
it.
don't have to overthrow it.
Yeah.
Well, the man has a point.
Listen, if we can't gerrymander our way into office, we'll force our way in, you know.
Exactly.
It doesn't matter that our ideas are, not popular.
All right. Braden, anything else?
We have money. You know what? I just hope y'all have a great day, and I appreciate you letting me listen. And if my brother's listening again, Sam, hope you have a great day.
Sam.
Hi, Sam.
See you later, Braden.
Hi, Sam.
All right, later.
Okay. Let's see. Yeah.
See, Sam and Braden are brothers. They can't actually talk on the phone. The only way they communicate is through the Radio from Hell show.
Yeah, a lot of people do that.
I thought it was because they shared one phone.
I can't call you if we have the same phone.
Well,
Sam, I'm on the phone.
It's my turn.
I'll say hi to you on the radio. I'm talking to the radio right now.
give me the phone. I need to call the radio and say hi to you.
Okay, shut up.
Well, nobody else wants to check in with us.
Let's go to Paulette.
Oh, Paulette.
I hope it's our friend Paulette.
Paulette.
Hey guys. Hey, how are you guys?
There you are.
Hello.
Be ready. Hold it, Katie. Be ready by the red button. It's the.
Yeah, they told me not to swear, and I'm heavily medicated, so we'll see
good.
what happens.
How are things in New York, Paulette?
How are you? Because you were in a weird situation a while ago.
I had to have an emergency appendectomy yesterday.
Oh, no.
Oh,
Paulette.
yeah, I had one of
know,
those.
it was weird. I got a little bit of a tummy ache, and I do all I can to not go to a New York City hospital.
Sure.
And
Yeah.
Yeah.
after about 10 hours of severe pain, I went to the ER and had surgery and had my appendix removed. And the best was the doctor came in, and he said, well, what do you think it is? And I said, sir, I'm a pastry chef. I'm hoping that you have the education to tell me what's going on.
Yeah.
And had surgery, and get this, sent me home the same day I had surgery.
Really?
Sure. No. You know what's
Yeah,
weird
there's no
about
longer.
you?
I was glad about it, though. I'm not looking to stay in the hospital, but they send you home now if everything goes well.
So you know what's weird about the appendectomy is that
Tell me.
the doctor said to me, you know, I said, she said, I'm almost sure that you're having an appendicitis and your appendix is about to burst. I'm almost sure, given your symptoms. I said, what do you mean almost sure? He said, I won't know for sure until I open you up.
Till I get in there.
Take your appendix out. And so, which he did, and when I came to, he said, good news. Your appendix was about as nasty as I've ever seen one. It was awful. That's what was causing your problems.
Well,
but I guess
they gave me a CAT scan, and that's how they were able to see that I needed my appendix out. And the doctor told me that my appendix was very angry, that it was very
angry.
inflamed and about to burst. I'm like, well, you know, we've been on this COVID experience, so I'm sure every part of me is angry.
Yeah. Well, I'm glad you're okay.
Yeah, I'm allergic to all painkillers except morphine, so I got a lot of morphine in the hospital, and that was lovely.
Do you have another appendix you could take out? Because that would be great.
I know that's what I was. I had
here.
my gallbladder taken out in my 20s. Now
Here's-
my appendix in
take my
my late
spleen.
40s. We'll see what
Nobody
else I've
uses
got.
You got
Take
any
the spleen.
tonsils? You
Take
got
the spleen
tonsils?
and tonsils while you're here. Yeah.
Say
Well,
again?
Tonsils? You got your tonsils still?
Still got tonsils. I could have those taken out. Let's see what happens.
Yeah, let's do that. Paulette,
Yeah,
it's
absolutely.
charming, lovely, wonderful to hear from you. I'm really glad you're okay. And you
Thanks, guys. Still listening to you every single morning. It doesn't go right unless I hear all of your angelic cherub voices. And, Bill, you need to eat more on the air.
There you go.
Well, thank you.
Don't encourage him, Paulette.
I know, Gina. I'm sorry. Gina, your laugh is the best laugh on the planet.
I'd expect this from Food TV. Eat more on the air.
Oh, that's right. That's right. Hey, guys, I got verified on Instagram, so consider yourself influenced.
Okay.
Right now.
Thank you.
It's happening. Yeah, I'm official.
All right, good.
You guys have the best day. I'll talk to you soon.
We'll see you, Paula.
And you know, if I had more, I would eat it. But I don't.
You've eaten all you have.
I don't have any more right now.
All right.
All right. See you later.
We'll look for some. All right.
All
Bye,
right.
guys. Love you.
Bye-bye.
Bye-bye. Traffic, Gina, please.
Okay, so could be experiencing some weather-related issues with driving, particularly Utah County southward. Valley rain, mountain snow, wet roads could be an issue down there, but nothing causing an accident so far this morning. I have none to report, but maybe you have one to report. Maybe you want to tell us about getting your appendix out. Anything like that, you can text it to us if it's safe for you to do that, 33986.
All right. We will take a break. We will be back with Big Boy News, Geek News, Boners Round 1 coming up in the 7 o'clock hour. All kinds of things happening on the program today. Stay tuned. And now a message from the Utah Department of Workforce Services.
Yeah, go to jobs.utah.gov. I think you can still register. I would assume you can today for that job fair. So go to jobs.utah.gov. The job fair starts at 10 a.m., so right after the show, you can go to the virtual job fair. And they have it set up like a physical job fair where you go online and you go to booths. They have little booths, and you go from place to place. There are about 100 employers, something like that. Yeah, over 100 employers with great jobs to offer you.
Now, you can check out jobs in an area where you have some experience. Maybe you just lost your job due to the pandemic, or you're looking for something new, or maybe you're looking for a new career altogether. This is a great place to get started with that, because several of these companies will pay to train you to do something you don't know how to do.
So go to jobs.utah.gov, set up your account, and then sign into your My Job search account that you've set up, and you might find some good work. I think it's likely. Jobs.utah.gov. I have a list that I saw this morning that I thought Gina might find interesting.
Oh, wow, okay.
It's Radio from Hell with another list, because people love a good list. X96.
Now, if this doesn't spur some conversation, we can move to Gina's list. What was your list, Gina? It's the things that precautions you take that might kill you, right? That's important information as well. But this is 5 signs that you and your partner are not compatible intellectually. You know, like one of you is really smart.
Why did you want me to have that?
Like one of you is really smart, and one of you is not so smart.
Not compatible.
Yeah. Now,
you
my
have to
wife and I...
explain this to me, Bill, because I'm not very smart. I need you to...
Okay, well, the list should explain it, okay? But if you have any questions, feel free to ask.
Well, let's not forget that Joe is a doctor, and
yes.
You didn't finish college.
He's a scientist.
Why does that always have to come up? Why is that
Because it's true. So
there's lots of things that are true.
Listen, I feel like I can bring it up because I didn't even go to college.
Okay.
All right.
All
So,
right. What's the list?
Here are the signs that you and your partner are not compatible intellectually. Doesn't have anything to do with education, really. It has to do with intellectual abilities.
All right. That's different.
Number 1, your partner feels superior and you feel inferior in the bonding. He acts like a teacher all the time when the two of you talk. He always tries to make you realize that you're wrong and that he's right.
No, that's you. You're the one that does that.
Of
course,
Gina,
we're kind of married, Bill. So
Gina, I'm just asking you to consider these things privately. I don't need you. I don't need you to weigh in. I just want you to think about it. Okay. Number 2, when you two are not intellectually compatible, then you feel bored in the relationship. So you call friends and family members to get the mental stimulation that you're lacking in your relationship. Or you have a food mistress that you go out. Or you have a food mistress that you go someplace with. Yes.
It's true.
Number 3. People who always feel like competing with each other while having a conversation. Sometimes competition is fun in a relationship, but it cannot be the usual case. It's okay to be a little competitive sometimes, but you shouldn't feel like you're always in competition with your spouse. Number 4, if you can't have a deep conversation at all after having small talk, then there's a big issue in the bonding, which needs to get fixed.
How do you even get to the point of getting married if you can't do that before?
Well, this is I think this is advice. A lot of advice. These are things you should have considered, or perhaps Joe should have considered before he married you. But he was just blind. He was just blinded by your beauty, I think.
No, that wasn't it.
Number 5, the last one. If you need any advice from your partner about something, then instead of giving it, they will start talking about themselves for giving examples on the same topic. When people are not compatible intellectually, they often tend to do this. So it's not quite clear, is it?
No, I don't understand that one.
So
really.
If you want
Please
some
help
advice,
me, smarter person.
So if you want some advice from your partner, what do you think I ought to do about this? They say, well, here's how I would do it. This is what I would do. I've had this experience, and this is what I do, and this is it's all becomes centric, rather than, well, given your limited abilities, maybe you
you couldn't possibly handle this the same way I would. You don't have the capacity to deal with this in the way that I would deal with it.
Given your small thinking, what I would. So that's your list of 5
Great,
things.
thanks.
Hope you'd enjoyed another list with Radio from Hell on X96.
Well, wait a second. I got a little bit more.
I can handle things. I'm smart. Like dumb, I'm smart, and I want respect.
Yeah, what he said.
Fredo.
Fredo. All right. All right, 6:37. We've got Big Boy News and Opinioendo now, brought to you by
Strong Volkswagen, Utah's #1 volume VW dealer, home of the lifetime warranty. Unlock stronger pricing at strongvw.com.
Well, you better get ready.
For?
You better get ready.
What?
He's not going to hold back.
Who?
Tiger King Joe Exotic. When his tell-all memoir comes out, he's not holding back
nothing. We've seen it all, Joe. We've seen more than we want to see.
No, you know people will go for this. The former zoo owner has been typing up his explosive memoir while serving out a 22-year prison sentence. Gallery Books, an imprint of Simon & Schuster, will publish Tiger King, the official tell-all memoir, on November 9th of this year. E! News can exclusively reveal now, they say, the cover of Joe Exotic's book, which I don't have here. So I'm sorry I mentioned it. But he says, I'm going to tell you, it's going to be all truth. Everything I say is going to be true. I'm not holding back anything. Everybody that's ever done anything good, it's going to be in there. And anybody that's got, bones in their closet, skeletons, you better look out, he said.
Okay. Good
You'll
luck.
read
You
it.
tried to pay to have somebody killed, Joe. You're staying in prison for a long time. You abused animals. Go away.
Yeah, but you'll read his book.
No.
Oh, I bet you will. And Johnny Depp, this is the way things happen, see. So Pirates of the Caribbean, they say he's, because of his problems and so forth, not going to be in this next Pirates of the Caribbean. But fans have got a petition going, and there are 500,000 people on this petition to have Johnny Depp in the Pirates of the Caribbean. So I'm sure it will happen, because that's the way things work in Hollywood.
Petitions, that's how shows get cast.
You petition Disney to make sure that Jack Sparrow is in the, and I'm sure he will be. So it's a foregone conclusion. Tragedy.
Oh?
He was one of a kind. He was a Utah original. I'm sure he'll be missed by several women. Tom Green, the polygamist whose Utah trial captured international attention, has died at the age of 72. He went to prison in a case that made headlines right before the 2002 Winter Olympics. He was paroled in 2007. Green, who promoted his lifestyle on television until he was convicted of bigamy and then rape, died of COVID-19.
Really? Oh.
Mr. Green's legal wife, Linda Kuntz, and two of his plural wives, Kari Green and Shirley Beagley, confirmed his Sunday death in a brief phone call with Fox 13. Green began marrying women in 1970, and he had 10 wives overall, according to law enforcement investigators that were on his case. Some of the spiritual marriages, as he called them, they just sputtered out, but he overall married 10 women. I don't know. I can't remember how many he was living with at the time of his arrest, but yeah. So let's see what else. Joe Biden is calling state decisions, and particularly he's zeroing in on Texas, I think, but strongly criticized decisions by governors of Texas, Mississippi, some others lifting mask
Republican
mandates.
Governors. Republican.
Yeah, calling the plan a big mistake that reflected Neanderthal thinking, as Joe Biden put it, as his administration tries to manage the pandemic while state leaders set their own plans. The president said it was critical for public officials to follow the guidance of doctors and public health leaders as the coronavirus vaccination campaign gains momentum. So here again, just think of this. The president of the United States, okay, he's a Democrat, but he's saying we should follow the lead of the doctors and health professionals when it comes to dealing with this pandemic. And they're saying they're cautiously optimistic, but they think it's not a good idea to remove the mask mandates. The Republican governors of the states are anti-science and anti-reason and
Anti-Democrat.
and it's to me, I don't understand this.
The virus does not care
Nope.
what party you're in or how long your business has been closed or that we're all tired of it. The virus does not care.
See, here's the fun thing about Texas. Okay, so they had all of those power grid problems. People died, all of that. So what's a great way to distract? I'm lifting sanctions. So he does this. Then, hours later, on his Twitter, he tweets that Joe Biden is letting people in across the Mexican border that have COVID, and he needs to block the line to make sure that none of these people get into our country because of COVID.
Yeah.
So look what he's doing. They are the masters at distraction. Dr. Seuss is still a top news item today. You know, they don't govern. They distract.
It's if you nod your head and agree with them, there's something wrong.
If you really want this to be done, the way to have it be done is we need to be serious and vigilant for a little while longer. If we loosen everything up, that's just going to elongate this whole process even more.
And, so Joe Biden is a Democrat. Do I think Joe Biden's a great president so far? I don't know. I don't think he is. And I disagree with a lot of stuff that he says. I disagree with, he's against this taxing the ultra wealthy. He says he's not going to do it. Well, you're wrong, Joe Biden.
Yeah,
you're wrong.
I'm all for that, yeah.
And so, anyway, let's move on.
All right.
So here in Utah, the figure's starting to inch back up to 1,000. 729 COVID-19 cases yesterday. 7 deaths were reported. Hundreds of people are petitioning to rename a street in Ogden. They have signed a petition to name the Ogden Street after a popular grocery store owner was murdered earlier this week. The petition was published the same night that police took someone into custody for questioning in that murder. The goal is to reach at least 1,000 signatures. The organizer wrote on a website about the push to change the street from 675 North to Satnam Singh Drive. Mr. Singh was a pillar of the community. He owned and ran this small grocery store, and people loved him. So they're petitioning to change the name. And 745 North that's not a great street name anyway. So
not really, no.
Why don't you? Or is it I thought it was Monroe. It just says here 675 North. Anyway, let's change the name to honor that guy. That's a good thing. University of Utah research finds that there are volcanoes in central Utah that are still active.
Great.
Still active, still could, although they say, the likelihood of them erupting is not great. But there are...
But you're saying there's a chance.
But there are, yes, indeed, active volcanoes in
central Utah. Does it say where? Other than just central Utah?
The location, well, let's see. It says Black Rock Desert near Fillmore. There were some peculiar earthquake sequences in that area. Oh. And so they went and started investigating. And they said, what's causing this is that there's actually volcanic activity here. So Fillmore, and let's see.
So the Fillmore Beaver area.
Okay. Yeah, so the Holden Fillmore Beaver. Holden Fillmore Beaver area.
Tri-City.
Yeah. We'll be on the alert.
We'll keep an eye on that.
Also be on high alert, as they are in Washington, D.C. right now, over a QAnon conspiracy theory prediction that today is Inauguration Day, the real Inauguration Day, and Donald Trump will be ushered back into the White House triumphantly. They're on alert. They've said Congress is not gonna meet today, and the National Guard is still there. They've beefed up the fencing around the Capitol because people are nuts. That's why.
Mm-hmm. They're patriots, Bill. They're not nuts. They care about this country.
Yeah. And Cuomo, the governor of New York, he's in trouble. Mm-hmm. Andrew Cuomo says I guess maybe I did do this. I guess maybe I did sexually harass people without really realizing that's what I was doing. But I'm not going to resign. I'm not going to resign.
What is he, a Republican? That's the way the Republicans handle these things.
He's about as a Democrat as you could be, a Democrat. The governor sought to quell the outrage over his actions regarding 3 young women who've come forward, including accusations of sexual harassment from 2 former aides, and another one of unwanted touching and kissing at a wedding, who said, I was horrified. He just grabbed my face and started to kiss me. It was awful. Cuomo, though, he got kind of emotional. He said, I feel really bad about this, but I'm not resigning.
No.
I am not going to resign. Let's see. The Inspector General's report on Elaine Chao.
Yeah.
Mrs. Mitch McConnell will remind you.
Yes, Mitch McConnell's wife, Elaine Chao. Donald Trump made her transportation secretary, And there were some reports of irregularities in that office, and so the Inspector General did an investigation. And indeed, Elaine Chao apparently repeatedly used her office staff to help family members who run a shopping business with extensive ties to China. The Inspector General referred the matter to the Justice Department in December for possible criminal investigation as well. But in the weeks before the end of the Trump administration, 2 Justice Department divisions declined to do a criminal prosecution, Bill Barr.
Yeah.
And that Justice Department. Ms. Chao, the wife of Senator Mitch McConnell of Kentucky, the Republican leader, announced her resignation on January 7th, the day after the Capitol riot. At the time of her departure, an aide to Ms. Chao said her resignation was unrelated to the investigation by the Inspector General, which means it was probably directly related to the investigation by the Inspector General.
This is the, by the way, Orange 45 had one term. This is the 4th cabinet member that has been turned over to the Department of Justice for investigation. One term.
Yeah. She was apparently just using government offices like her own business and helping her family out. And there you go.
All right.
That's it for now.
Sports, weather, traffic.
Well, it's never happened before. That sweet, nice boy, Donovan Mitchell, got 2 technical fouls and said, "You're out of here," because he was very upset with the officiating in a game last night against the Philadelphia 76ers. And he's sorry, but he said this is BS. And
he said that the Jazz get discriminated against all the time by officiating because they're from a small market. He's saying they because we're winning and we're in a small market, they disrespect us, and they're calling fouls that they shouldn't be calling against us.
But by all accounts, it seems like it's probably true. So they lost 131-123.
Okay.
Weather, so a little wet in some places today, but not a great chance of rain. Further south, you get a better chance of it. 40% today, and this afternoon it will be mostly sunny. High of 57. Tomorrow, 63. Saturday, could this be right? They're saying it could be 67 degrees on Saturday.
Really?
I don't know. You're the weather person.
Yeah.
This is so unbelievable. It's sponsored, Kerry Jackson. I just can't
yes,
believe it.
the weather brought to you by Scott Hale. The spring thaw means great deals at Scott Hale. Give your furnace a tune-up for just $30. Call Scott Hale, 801-264-HALE.
Traffic in the canyons. Road conditions are running wet with areas of road slush and snow in the upper canyons. Plows are out to make sure everything's totally clear, but light snow showers going to continue through the early parts of the morning, maybe an additional inch on the road in the canyons. As far as the roads in the valley, everything looks great. I'm looking at the UDOT website right now. Got green cameras. That means they're not reporting any accidents. But what are you reporting? You can report it by texting it to us, 33986.
All right. It is Geek News brought to you by Lemon Lotion.
Yeah.
Okay. Brand new episode of GeekShowPodcast.com available now. So I've got a couple of trailers for you. Now, this first one is for a new show that's coming on March 19th. The show is called Calls, like telephone calls.
Okay.
Each episode is 12 minutes long, and it combines to tell one overarching story. So each episode, that they will connect in one way or another. And here's the thing, is it really didn't need to be a television show.
Okay.
Because it's all telephone calls. The video is, closed captioning and kind of electronic waves and things like that. There's no picture, really. This could have been a podcast, but it sounds...
Weirdest noise outside my window.
It sounds interesting to me.
It's all in your head. You think I'm making this all up? Oh my God, I can't believe it. Please stay on the phone with me. Can you hear the words I'm saying right now? Do not come here. listen to me. We've had a lot of strange calls.
Something's happening out there, and not just to me.
Now, another reason this is interesting is the incredibly high caliber voice cast that they've got. Pedro Pascal, Rosario Dawson, Karen Gillan, Mark Duplass, a whole bunch of different people. It is made up of minimal abstract visuals, so that's all you're going to see on the screen is like the closed captioning and some electronic visuals and things like that. But each episode combines to tell one overarching story, so it's like Twilight Zone on the phone.
Okay.
But they're all connected. Now this is going to be available on March 19th on Apple TV.
Okay.
So there is that. You can go and watch the trailer. It's out there. Another trailer that you can watch, and I haven't looked at it yet quite, but I just found it this morning. Melissa McCarthy, very funny, has a deal with Netflix, and she's doing movies for Netflix. She took that Adam Sandler kind of a package and went with Netflix.
For super strength. Everything about you will become stronger.
So she is a superhero now.
Okay.
Her and Octavia Spencer.
Do chicks have groins? What's your superpower? Invisibility. That's awesome. Let's see what these powers can really do.
So
just stay calm and no one's gonna get hurt.
And stop! You're cooking them from the inside out! Oh, man.
Please don't film this, sir. It's a mistake.
Thunder Force, remember it.
So it's in April, and it's Octavia Spencer and Melissa McCarthy, a superhero duo, Thunder Force.
But we're also seeing a new kind of criminal. This city deserves what's coming to it.
And naturally, when you have supervillains, superheroes, supervillains appear. Sure. So look for that. The Dungeons and Dragons movie continues to cast all the good-looking people on the planet.
Well, they haven't called me yet.
I mean, you've got Chris Pine, you've got Regé Jean Page, you've got Justice Smith, Michelle Rodriguez, and now they've added the villain, Hugh Grant. And so all the good-looking people are involved in Dungeons and Dragons now. Okay. Also, San Diego Comic-Con will be virtual again this year.
Makes sense.
Which, of course,
it's not time.
People were actually saying, "Oh no, I think we're going to be fine. I think we're going to." And I'm like, "No, you're optimistic." And finally, I'm looking forward to this show. You remember the game Frogger, the video game Frogger?
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
That's where you're the frog and you try to, you hop across a freeway and then you hop on a log and you try to avoid an alligator and you try to get to the other side, right? Well, NBC Universal on the Peacock. It's a competition series based on Frogger, which contestants will play the role of the frog from the game, and they will attempt to cross a series of obstacles that include hippos, alligators, and my favorite, traffic. That's all I had to hear.
Are they really going to run through traffic?
Speeding cars.
All I had to hear.
Go out and play in traffic.
People dressed as frogs playing in traffic.
Sure.
I'm there. I am 100% there.
Sounds good.
All right, traffic, Gina, please.
I don't see any frogs on the road. I don't see any accidents either. What do you see? Do you see frogs in the road? You can text us 33986 if you do.
All right. We will take a break. We will be back. Round one of your boners coming up. Stand by for that. UtahAdvocates.com is the website.
The advocates, will handle accidents of all kinds. If you are attempting to cross the busy freeway,
No.
But any kind of car accident or slip and fall accidents, dog bites,
dog bites,
workers' comp issues, the advocates will help you. If they take your case, they don't charge you any money unless they get you a settlement. So if you've been injured in an accident or on the job, maybe you should call the advocates.
Yeah, you don't have to have any upfront money. They take it out, like Bill said, at the end if there's a settlement. A lot of people might not call because they're worried they can't afford it. A lot of people might not call because they're like, oh, it's 2 o'clock in the morning when my accident happened. I can't talk to the advocate.
Sure you can.
Yes, you can.
Yeah. So if you've been injured due to somebody else's negligence, the advocates are there for you. Call them at 801-355-5550 or go to the website and chat online, utawadvocates.com.
X96. And
back in the day, we had these mascot animals living at our studio up in Ogden. We had Farnsworth, the cat, and Farnsworth just had the run of the place, and there were a lot of mice in the building, so he kept the mice down. And Farnsworth was he was really a great cat for the most part. He was almost jet black.
Had a broken tail.
Yeah. Oh, that's right. He had a crooked tail.
Yep.
And Farnsworth went missing once around Halloween. And
Very nervous.
And our owner was certain that the Satanists had got him.
Well, sure.
You know what? The Satanists have got him. We got to make sure next year we keep him in if we find him. He did turn up, but he was fine. And then I don't know whatever happened to Farnsworth. I think he finally just
they don't
went
live
off.
forever.
Yeah, I think he just finally went off somewhere. And
I think once the sale happened, I think Tom took Farnsworth home.
Did he? Well,
yeah.
Maybe you're right.
Because I know that the a-hole from El Paso didn't want the cat around.
No. So, it works better alliteratively if we can really say the word.
Yeah, I know.
From El Paso.
But, the nation is 9 years old, so I can't.
Yeah. So just say that to yourself in your head. It sounds better.
I did. It's there.
But anyway, back to this little horse. And then, so the other animal we had was a burro. For some reason, we thought it would be a good idea to adopt a burro from the Grand Canyon. And those wild burro, and the BLM had these programs where you could adopt a burro. And so we went and we adopted this little burro, and we named him Buster, and he was the KJQ burro. No, that's not the right picture. No.
They don't know
They assume that I'm talking about animals. That's an animal picture. That's for later on.
Different animal.
Yeah.
Did you have a picture accompanying the story?
No, I did not. So anyway, we adopted this burro, Buster, and he was a donkey. And it is true what they say about donkeys.
They're stubborn.
They're the worst.
Yeah. And he was we thought it would be fun to take him around to events. Well, it wasn't.
No.
Because he was stubborn. We had a horse trailer that the owner of the property had that we could use. But to try and get him into the horse trailer was just almost impossible. Because he didn't want to go.
Of course.
And you could pull on him, and he would dig himself in, and he just would. But so one year we're having this parade. I think it was the Thanksgiving Day parade. It was the Christmas parade on the day after Thanksgiving in Ogden. I think they still do it, and that's when Santa comes right after Thanksgiving, and they have this little parade. Anyway, so we're going to take Buster and have him be in the parade, or maybe it was the 24th of July parade. I don't remember. Yeah, it was the 24th of July parade, because so we finally get Buster in the trailer, and we take him up to Washington Boulevard, which wasn't very far, and we park the trailer, and we open the back door of the trailer, and Buster, the burro, is like almost upside down with his feet sticking in the air. Now, we didn't know anything about it, like he wasn't tied in properly or something. And so he's upside down, all four legs sticking in the air, and I go, Tom goes, "Oh my God, he's dead! He's dead!" And he did. He looked like he was dead. His eyes were glazed over. His tongue was hanging out.
Aww.
Well, there was this cowboy who was there, because he was going to ride his horses in the parade, and he came, "What's going on here?" And our burro is dead. And the cowboy looks in there and he goes, "Hell, he ain't dead." And he grabbed that burro and just dragged him out of the trailer, and Buster kind of staggered to his feet.
He's fine.
He's fine. He ain't
Walk
dead.
it off. Cowboy up.
I mean, and we, it was just like, he said, when you take him home, you got to tie him in there so he doesn't fall down. Oh,
because they're dumb.
Well, and we thought he could just stand there and balance.
No,
no. So that
he could have been hurt bad.
Yeah, he could have. Yeah. I mean, he did look dead. I mean, I think his tongue was hanging out, and if he'd stayed like that, he probably would have died. The cowboy, oh hell, he ain't dead. and then so we walked him in the parade.
All right, 7:04. Now, how much do we want to say about? Well, we'll do the Get Your Boner T-shirts thing coming up. Mad Marchness is returning to x96.com probably tomorrow. Mad Marchness.
Pretty self-explanatory. You will go to x96.com. And it's the, it's 4 of us.
Brackets, yeah.
In competition.
And we've each made picks. And you'll be able to go there and decide whether our picks are correct or not. And you'll be able to vote. And so Mad Marchness is coming.
Okay. It's the big dance. It's the...
so that'll probably be tomorrow.
You can't say that, Gina.
Yeah.
I can't?
No, you've got to say it's the big... social event where people get together and sway in time to music.
It's the big sway in time to music.
Yeah.
And then on Monday, we're going to, start thinking about this, filmmakers. The Radio from Hell Film Festival returns. And
as I recall, it's a $500 prize.
I think so, yeah. It's all being put together right now. But it'll be, we'll be ready, I think, to take your submissions on Monday.
This will be all online, so submitting online, and the film festival will be online. So
I think
$500, that's worth making a movie over.
Yeah,
I think hopefully next year, we will go back to our original format of the the Radio from Hell Film Festival and do it in person and do it at a theater and all of that. But last year we didn't even think we were going to be able to do it, and then. It actually worked out fairly well doing it online, so we're going to do it again this year.
Yeah, so we'll do it online. All of that. So that means you'll be able to go online and watch the films and vote.
Speaking of the Radio from Hell Film Festival...
Yes.
Oh, no, this wasn't the film festival. It was the Rocky Horror Show. It's all in this email of interest I have here.
Oh, I see. That's what you're leading to.
Yeah.
An email of interest.
We get email. You can email us at any time. You can send Radio from Hell at x96.com and send complaints or questions or just
we get
whatever.
Your things that must go, your best question of the week, all that goes to Radio from Hell at x96.com.
Or you can send us individual emails that only we will see. Like if you want to send an email to me, it's just Bill at x96.com. Kerry, Kerry, at x96.com, or Gina, Gina, at x96.com. Now, this one came to me specifically, and I've shared it with you guys, and I also spoke with the person who sent me the email, or I didn't speak with her, I emailed her and said, is it okay if we read your email on the radio?
I'm glad you contacted her.
And she said, yes, go ahead, it's fine. I said, I'm going to leave your name out of it, but the email, and it's an important email, and any time, most of the time I don't really think about what we're doing on the show as being anything useful. You know what I mean? It just seems like doing a radio show seems like a pretty trivial job. And then we get email like this, and it's really, I'll read it to you. Dear Lords of Morning Radio, I wrote you last year, and I got the kindest emails in return from Bill. I was lucky enough to have met Bill at the Rocky Horror Picture Show. That's when I was doing that part.
Oh, in Ogden.
Yeah. I wanted to write again and remind you how wonderful and necessary you are. About a year, and not just me, all of us, about a year and a half ago, I was planning my own death. I had a very detailed plan of action leading up to the event and had begun carrying that out. I saw absolutely no alternative to escape the pain, and I just couldn't take it anymore. One day I was listening to the podcast of your show. I listened to every minute produced on the podcast, and you made me laugh. I don't really remember what you were talking about or what was said. All I know is that I laughed. And then I laughed and laughed, and then it stopped me right where I was. I said to myself, wait, I can still laugh. And if I can still laugh, maybe there's hope. Maybe I don't have to die. Skip to now, today, she writes. I'm receiving counseling. I've gone to a specialist for my meds, and though I've still got a long way to go, I now take my life day by day instead of minute to minute in measures of happiness. Regardless of how little I valued my life, I know that you value life, and so I wanted you to know that you saved mine, and you continue to be a part of my treatment. You guys make me laugh every day, and I look forward to continued improvement with your virtual support. I love you guys. And that's the email from this person. And I read that, and I was just like, wow. We just do the dumb radio show. But wow. I passed the...
Well, we love you. We care about you. We really do. I'm so glad you let us know that that this is where you are and you're doing better. And
I passed this letter on again with this person's permission. I passed the email on to our friend Taryn Hyatt, who's the area director of Utah, Nevada for the American Foundation for Suicide Prevention, and she said, thanks so much for sharing that with me. She says, I love to hear stories of people who overcome and keep going. And she's right. You guys are the Lords of Morning Radio. But, and then, of course, on every email that I get from Taryn Hyatt, she says, remember, if you're in crisis, please call the National Suicide Prevention Lifeline. The number is 1-800-273-TALK, T-A-L-K, 1-800-273-TALK. Or you can contact the crisis text line by texting TALK, T-A-L-K, to 741-741. It's pretty easy to remember, 741-741.
Oh, yeah. I'm glad there's a text line because I think there are a lot of people that can't bring themselves to talk to somebody, but texting seems like, I could do that. That's doable.
Yeah. So just that number is 741-741. Text the word TALK, and somebody will text you back and say, how can I help? What can I help you with? What do you need? How can we help you? But anyway, just thanks for letting us know that what we did was somehow helpful for you, and I'm glad we could be there for you.
We do care about you, not just this letter, but all of you. We want you all to be well, and if you're not well, to get the help that you need.
Even those of you who don't agree with us politically.
For sure.
We want you to be well. We don't want you to be sick. We don't want you to, be in crisis. So, but anyway,
it's just letters like this that really put the pressure on.
Yeah, come on.
I mean,
be funny, Carrie. Do something funny right now.
Email of interest. Fart jokes are on the way.
Yeah. You just have to then forget about it. You can't. Yeah. Oh, well, now I've got to try and do something all the time to save somebody's damn life.
Great.
Can't do that.
Let's make T-shirts that say "Fart jokes save lives." And then our logo underneath it.
You know, my favorite comment about farting is that when
You
I
have
forget,
a favorite comment about
Yes.
farting?
Of course I do.
I'm listening.
It's the old joke when somebody audibly breaks wind, and then I don't know where it came from originally. Somebody said, "What's that? Somebody step on a duck?"
No, it's Rodney Dangerfield in Caddyshack.
Oh, that's right. It's Rodney Dangerfield. That's right. I just love that. Hey, somebody step on a duck? I like that.
All right, traffic, Gina, please.
Things are looking good. No frogs in the road, at least none being reported. Cottonwood Canyons say that road conditions are running wet with areas of road slush and snow in the upper canyons. Plows are out. Give them some space if you're headed up there. Light snow showers will continue in the canyon through about noon. Possible additional inch of snow on the road, but dry roads expected for the evening, and that counts for down here in the valley as well. If you see something and you want to share it with us, you can always text it to us, 33986.
Hold it. Traffic brought to you by Scott Hale. The spring thaw means great deals at Scott Hale. Give your furnace a tune-up for just $30. Scott Hale, 801-264-HALE.
Now the boners round one coming up here, the candidates you'll consider. Number one, well, the government now has at least 140 children to take care of. Number two, I'm really sorry about that kids in cages thing. I'm really sorry about that. And number three, bend over, foreigners.
Round one of your boners, big boy news, all coming up after these. Stand by. Ranlife.com.
Mortgages. Not some. It's kind of like taxes. Mortgages are. Nobody likes really talking about them or dealing with them, except if you work at a place, if you run a business called Ran Life, a local mortgage company providing mortgage lending money so you can get a home. Also, refinancing your mortgage. I've refinanced with Ran Life a couple of times. The first deal I ever had with them, I'd had a mortgage with somebody else, some other company, and started talking to Greg and Gar at Ran Life, and he said, well, let's look at your interest rates here and see. And they said, oh, my gosh, you really need to refinance this mortgage now. And I did and saved a lot of money initially, and then I've refinanced again. And you can do the same thing, too. Just call Ran Life, 801-478-4500. That's 478-4500. Or go to their website, and you'll see a lot of information there. It's ranlife.com.
It is the 23rd century. Humans have left the lowly confines of planet Earth and have sought their destiny among the stars. While many things have changed, one constant remains: the need for young men to venture forth and do the work of the Lord. This is the tale of two such men who at the age of 19 have answered the call of their general authorities and are embarking on a 2-year mission to spread the gospel throughout the galaxy. This is the story of Space Elders! Today, we join our elders as they are about to encounter the Borg for the second time.
Man, these Borg ships sure are sparsely decorated and poorly lit.
Well, I sure hope we get to spend more time with the Borg this time. I mean, last time we didn't even get to the first discussion.
I am 5 of 7. I am here to show you the way.
Hey, that's why we're here, too.
Hello, Mr. 5 of 7. We met your cousin 3 of 7 last time. I'm Elder Christiansen, and this is Elder Jensen.
Hi.
We represent the Church of Jesus Christ of Latter-day Saints.
You know.
The Mormons.
Oh.
Yes, your exploits are known throughout the collective.
Hey, Lehigh, we're famous, huh?
All Borg are one. Whatever one experiences becomes available to all.
Well, that would speed up fast and testimony meetings. Say, where are you taking us?
To her chambers. She is expecting you.
I don't like the sound of that.
Welcome, elders. I have been anticipating your arrival.
Hi, ma'am. I'm Lehigh, and he's Butch.
Hi.
I have wonderful plans for you boys. Together we will rule over the perfect Borg galaxy.
Well, I hope this can wait until after our mission is over.
Ma'am, who exactly are you, and why do you have plans for us?
I am the Borg.
Well, I thought they were the Borg.
They are, and I am. And once we assimilate you two, you will be Borg as well.
Oh, I get it. He's a Borg, she's a Borg. Everywhere a Borg, old MacDonald had a Borg.
Knock it off, Butch. We better come up with a plan quick or we're going to be assimilated.
Okay, Ms. Borg, tell you what. I'll give you my new fender flares and the luggage rack off of Lehi's bike, and we'll just be on our way.
You will look cute in black rubber suits, and I have picked out some special prosthetic parts for each of you. Soon you'll be my lieutenants, my consorts, my special friends. Together we will assimilate the Federation, then the Romulans, then the Cardassians, and then whoever else we can find. And we will have fun doing it. Hook them to the assimilator.
Hey, come on, let us go!
Nothing like the assimilation of new young men to make one forget about how Locutus left me without saying goodbye.
Something is wrong. The assimilation process has failed. They have already been assimilated by a stronger force than the Borg.
Quick, shut down the machinery. The feedback could contaminate the collective. What have you done to my beloved collective?
Well, once you hooked us up to that gizmo over there, all of our experiences were spread throughout the entire Borg race.
Lehi and I were able to bear our testimonies to more than 7 billion beings at one time.
It was kind of like General Conference, except without the crying babies and the old people going to sleep.
Yeah.
We not only got to give the first discussion to the Borg, but to pretty much teach the whole gospel to all of them at once. Could it be? Have the Borg finally met their match? Could Butch and Lehi be immune to the assimilation process? Tune in next time to hear the Borg say...
I am Elder 5 of 7, and this is my companion 4 of 9. We represent the Church of Jesus Christ of Latter-day Saints.
You know, the Mormons.
No! You've turned the most feared race in the galaxy into a bunch of jello-loving, suburban-driving moral goody-goodies.
Well, you think that people were afraid of you before. Wait until you start approaching planets now. Man, I'd hate to play ward ball against these guys.
I think our work here is done. Hey, can we count all 7 billion as converts?
Well, technically we didn't baptize them. We'll have to check with Zone Leader Hansen just to be sure.
Well, what about me? I was queen. I was the most powerful being in the galaxy, ruler of an entire race of warriors. What am I supposed to do now?
Well, I guess you are now the most powerful Relief Society president in the galaxy. Congratulations. Gotta go.
Bye-bye, sister.
On the next artificial limb-attaching episode of Space Elders!
$7:22. It is time now for round one of your boners. Here we go. 3 news stories. These are examples of bad, stupid, or funny human behavior. You will decide with your vote of these 3 which one is the worst, which one is the most deserving to go forward to Boner Dome, experience boner fight, and possibly become boner of the day. Boner, of course, is the old term meaning mistake. All right? If it wins here, it's not boner of the day yet. Round 2 comes up at 8:20. We'll do this again with 3 more candidates. We'll get a winner there as well. We'll take both of our winners and put them against each other. At 9:20 this morning is when you decide boner of the day with Boner Fight. Right now, pick your champion to send forward for this round 1. 2 candidates now, a third after the news. Once you've heard all 3, you will vote. And one of you lucky random boner voters will receive.
Well, we have news. as far as boner T-shirts and tote bags. Katie, can you tell everybody what the news is?
Starting Monday, meaning March 8th, we are going to be opening from 9 a.m. to 12 p.m., so for 3 hours. You can come pick up your boner T-shirts or your tote bags. All you'll have to do is call a specific number that is posted outside of the lobby. If you are here by 9, as our morning receptionist is also a producer of the other show.
Between 9 and 10.
So between 9 and 10, you'll have to call a specific number that is posted in the lobby, or after that, she will be out there and let you in. Just make sure you wear your mask. Always wear your mask.
And if you're on the list, then you can come and pick up your.
And she has the entire list. So
It's 50 West Broadway on the second floor is where that will be.
So they'll be opening up the lobby just for 3 hours, just for that.
All right, here we go. This is boner candidate number 1. Well, the government has now at least 140 children to take care of. Had to be a mistake. Melanie Rifo, a Chilean citizen, staring in disbelief at the results of her pregnancy test. Positive. She'd been taking her birth control pills without fail. She and her boyfriend were careful. He'd been told by doctors that a childhood ailment probably had left him infertile, but she was taking birth control anyway, just in case. They just couldn't get pregnant. It was not good, and she got pregnant. Across the country of Chile, scores of women like Miss Rivo say that they became pregnant last year after taking one of the 276,890 packets of oral contraceptives that were public health care system, which later quietly recalled those pills over defects that made them ineffective. The Chilean government's failure to assertively warn women about the flaws in the pill packs was a stunning dereliction that resulted in at least 140 unintended pregnancies, according to reproductive rights activists in Chile.
Wow.
We've never seen such a systemic failure that lasted as long as the case in Chile with such severe consequences, said the executive director of the Women's Equality Center, which monitors reproductive rights in Latin America. Taking birth control is really controversial in Latin America. It's such a widely Catholic country, or series of countries, continent, I should say. So it's already very controversial. And the government of Chile, I know they don't know exactly where these things went wrong in the manufacturing or whatever, but the the government knew and they recalled them, but they didn't warn people. And so now the government of Chile has at least 140 children that they ought to be obligated to take care of.
Well, that's what I was going to say. Yeah, you better pay for that.
Boner candidate number 1. And I mean, health issues. I think that woman that we mentioned at the beginning of the story, seems to me I read later on in the story, she has health issues that pregnancy is very dangerous for her anyway.
Yeah, it can be.
All right, here's boner candidate number 2. Listen, I'm really, really sorry about the kids in cages thing. I am. Jefferson Beauregard Sessions.
Oh, my.
The official behind President Trump's zero-tolerance border strategy, says it's unfortunate that migrant children and parents were not reunited quickly after being split apart at the U.S.-Mexico border. Thousands of children were separated intentionally from their parents at the border under the 2018 Trump policy, which charged parents with federal immigration offenses and sent them to jail, while children were labeled unaccompanied and placed in shelters. In a phone interview on Tuesday, Jefferson Beauregard Sessions defended the prosecutions, saying a person traveling with a child shouldn't be given immunity. But he did express regret that the Trump administration could not quickly reunite the parents and the children that had been separated.
Oh.
is unfortunate. It's just very unfortunate. But somehow the government was not able to manage those children in a way that they could be reunited properly.
But I thought that was your plan, though.
Well, yeah.
You couldn't just write down numbers or anything like that. You couldn't do that.
See, you know what we wanted to do was we wanted to discourage people from coming here. Say, well, you come here, we're going to take your kids from you, you know? That's what we did. I'm
Jeff,
sorry, it's unfortunate.
Evil. This is evil. It just is.
Jeff, do you still stand by your statement? Good people don't smoke marijuana.
Listen, liberal. That has nothing to do with the issue in hand.
Listen, liberal.
I'm just checking.
You see here, liberal.
All right.
Boner candidate number 2. I'm sorry about the kids in cages thing. I'm just sorry. Coming up in a minute, boner candidate number 3. Bend over, foreigners.
All right. Boner candidate number 3 for round 1 coming up after this. Big boy news and opinioendo brought to you by...
Are you searching for Pokemon? Locally owned Haster Games has the best selection of Pokemon, Dungeons & Dragons, Magic, and more. Shop online at hastergames.com or visit the store, 6831 South State, curbside service available.
I'm sorry. I was just looking at boner candidate number 3 and realizing maybe I should have checked the sources here a little closer. Well, we'll deal with that when we get to it.
Okay.
Oprah Winfrey, you know who that is. So she's got this big interview with Meghan Markle and Prince Redhead, Prince Ginger. I think it's coming up. But little bits of it have been leaking out and so forth. Meghan Markle says that she was bullied by the monarchy. That's why they needed to get out. Bullied. They treated me horribly. They bullied me. They tried to push me around and intimidate me. Well, now the monarchy, the firm, is pushing back. Yeah.
Okay.
They're pushing back on what Meghan Markle is apparently saying the Meghan Markle, the Duchess of what, Gina?
Sussex.
Thank you.
The Duchess of Sussex. She was an intimidator and a bullier, and her behavior drove 2 personal assistants out of the household and opened up a rift, damaging the relationship with his brother, Prince William, and his coat hanger wife. What's her name?
Kate.
Kate, yeah. So this is getting really ugly, and I don't think the monarchy cares for it. But it's interesting that they are pushing back so hard with their own PR against Meghan Markle. I don't know what big effect this is going to have on anything ultimately, but it's pretty interesting to watch them fighting over stuff. As it was interesting to watch Britney Spears fighting over her life and her father in that Britney Framing Britney Spears documentary. So as the legal battle and public fallout over that continues, a lawyer for her father, Jamie Spears, has told CNN he would very much love to see Britney not need a conservatorship. The comments came not long after the TV documentary done by the New York Times, released last month, revisited the details of the conservatorship that has shaped her life. Since it aired, Jamie Spears' lawyer has sought to call her client's side of the story on national TV, sought to present him in a better light, because he doesn't come across in a very good light in that documentary. But he's apparently saying, no, I really want her to have her own life, as long as I get some of the money, that's all.
She's going to buy me a boat.
That's right.
Little girl, buy your daddy a boat.
My little girl's going to be famous. I'm going to get a boat.
Going to get a boat. That's right.
Well, surely he's got his boat by now. So
I think he does, yes. Yeah. So the coronavirus pandemic is...
is that still a thing?
It is.
It seems like it's done.
No, states and cities across the United States have been easing virus restrictions in fits and starts since last summer. But over the last few days, the pace of reopening has accelerated. South Carolina recently erased limits on large gatherings. Massachusetts now allows restaurants to operate without capacity limits. Mississippi ended its mask mandate. Texas did. In Chicago, tens of thousands of kids returned to public school this week, and playgrounds around the city opened. So it will be, I don't want to use the word interesting.
It's going to be another cluster. And here's the thing, is that we're just now getting enough vaccine for everybody.
Mm-hmm.
And luckily, the federal government is helping the state governments with the programs to get people injected. If we were all to just continue what we're doing for 4 months, maybe, if we could just hang in there for 4 more months, we can get back to normal. What you're doing is going to make it take longer.
Federal officials and health experts have also warned against easing restrictions. The World Health Organization, also on a global level, has cautioned against this as well. Despite a recent drop in cases, now while new U.S. cases are down, the health
but these variants are coming out, and if we aren't vigilant about wearing masks and socially distancing, those variants are going to start spreading around, and then we're right back where we started. We need to knock it out.
They're worried about what they call a fourth wave of virus hitting us. And Dr. Rochelle Walensky, director of the Centers for Disease Control and Prevention, said the country is at a pivotal moment when it could either quell the virus through precautions and vaccinations or stoke a new surge of infections. A bill, more than 250,000 Utahns are now vaccinated. That's good news. People are fully vaccinated, and Utah is carrying out vaccinations at a rapid pace, and that's good news.
Now, I was hearing that some Republicans are not getting vaccinated, just out of principle, because they...
Sure.
Out of principle, because that proves what?
That they're good Trump-following Republicans. But anyway, all I can say is there a way that I can get in line for them? If they're not going to be in line, can I get in line? Can I take their place in line?
Just like a liberal. Want to jump the line.
Yeah.
Let's see. The bill which would allow Dixie State University to change its name has been reluctantly, it has been reluctantly passed by Utah lawmakers. Now Governor Cox has to sign it, which I would assume he'll do, and it shows the path forward so that Dixie State University can change its name to, something like Overcrowded Desert University or something like that.
You got enough water? University.
Yeah.
Someone suggested, and I think this is a fine one, Red Rocks University. Why not?
Oh, yeah.
Let's see, one other quick story here. Elon Musk, he wants to go to Mars. Well,
bye. See ya.
One of his rocket ships exploded yesterday on landing, and that's kind of a setback. SpaceX completed the successful test flight Wednesday, but then as the rocket was returning to Earth, boom, it exploded. It's pretty spectacular to see. So Elon's not going to Mars tomorrow.
All right.
It'll be a while. All right, that's it.
Weather, traffic.
So down south, Utah County and southward, you might see some showers this morning. Nothing too spectacular, though, but maybe have some wet roads to deal with. That'll clear up by this afternoon, and we'll have a high of 57. Very warm today. You think 57's high? Wait till you check out Saturday, which the National Weather Service is saying we could get up to 67 degrees on Saturday. That's craziness. We'll dip back down into the 40s and 50s next week. But wow, really nice warm weekend we have. And nice commute you have this morning. It's looking very good. I have to go all the way to Sunset to tell you about an accident. Crash southbound Main Street 8 north in Sunset. The left lane is being affected there, and that's it. What do you see? Frogs in the road? Debris? Some sort of debris? You can text it to us, 33986, and I will pass it along. Now through April 4th, save up to $100 instantly on select sets of 4 Nitto, Pirelli, or Toyo brand tires with installation purchase. Big O Tires, the team we trust.
Here's boner candidate number 3. Bend over, foreigners. And I checked this out here just a second ago. This is true.
Okay.
Okay.
It sounds like it shouldn't be true, but it's true.
The government of China is requiring any foreign visitor to China to be tested for COVID-19 with an anal swab.
Like at the airport?
Yes. Mm-hmm. Yes. Let's see, Li Tongzheng, a respiratory disease medic, said that the anal swabs are better because virus traces stay longer in fecal samples than they do in the nose or the throat. The move comes after Japan asked China to please stop performing these exams on Japanese citizens when they enter the country because it's causing them mental anguish. Some Japanese reported to our embassy in China that they had received anal swab tests, which caused a great psychological pain, said Katsunobu Kato, Japan's chief cabinet secretary. Now, this is mainly coming from Japanese people, but apparently China is not just anal swabbing Japanese people. It's any foreigner who wants to come into the country. They take you into a little room at the airport,
mm-hmm.
and they swab you.
Apparently, it's the most accurate test.
That's what they say.
I don't need to go to China.
Boner.
Were you planning? You canceling your trip?
I was thinking about it, but I'm not going to go.
Well, you know, it's upside down. It's on the other side of the earth.
That's true.
So,
you got to be careful.
It's upside down. That's why. Boner candidate number 3, bend over, foreigners.
All right. Let's review the first 2 and vote.
Boner candidate number 1, well, now the government has at least 140 children to take care of. That is the government of Chile, who, when it was found out that the birth control that had been distributed by the government agency, when those birth control pills were deemed to be ineffective, they didn't really say anything about it. They just recalled them and kept quiet about it. This has led to at least 140 unintended pregnancies. Boner candidate number 2, listen, I'm sorry about this kids in cages thing. I mean, it's Jeff Sessions, former Attorney General Jeff Sessions. And boner candidate number 3, bend over, foreigners.
Okay, here we go. You've got to decide. These 3 candidates, which one is the worst, which one deserves to go forward to Boner Fight and possibly become Boner of the Day. Because it's not Boner of the Day if it wins here. It is the winner of round 1. We do send it to Boner Dome. Then round 2 happens at 8:20 this morning. We'll do this again with 3 more candidates. Get another winner there. Send that winner forward as well to Boner Dome. You'll decide Boner of the Day at 9:20 this morning. That's when Boner Fight happens, and that's when it all goes down. So right now, pick your champion from this round 1 to send forward. 1, 2, or 3. Remember your candidate number, the one that you think should win. Put that single digit. That's all the computer needs in the message of a text. And then text that to 33986. Counts it up. Nice. Or you can call and speak to a real-life human being. 877-602-9696. Use your voice to vote. Or go online, x96.com. Look for the box that says Boner Voting March 4, 2021, and vote there. You have until the end of these messages to do it. This is round 1. Go. X96.com/live is where you can see us broadcasting live from our homes. Proof of life right there.
I just realized it's where you can see me grimacing.
Why so grimacing, Bill?
Yeah, for 19 weeks, yeah.
Well, just today, just the last half hour or so. I never get headaches. I don't ever get a headache. It's something that never has been a problem with me. And I've got a headache. I don't.
Is it this big? Does it have Excedrin written all over it?
You know, it's not huge, but because I never get a headache, it's like just almost unbearable. And yet I realize it's not very bad. But it's just like, oh my God.
How much water are you drinking?
Yeah, you drinking enough water?
Probably not.
That's a big one. I've been getting headaches recently because I'm not drinking enough water.
Jeez.
That's
Carrie's
not bubbly water.
That's not Carrie. That's Dr. Nick.
I have a pill that will help you, Bill.
Yeah, unfortunately, the pills that would help me are downstairs.
Oh well, okay. Gina, what were you playing with? What did you have?
Well, just so school. It starts for Jonesy tomorrow, actually.
So Friday?
Yeah, well, it's orientation day. So
okay.
And it's for all intents and
that's where that orientation day is where they tell them which direction to face.
To orient yourself, right? Yeah. So it is upon us, and Muhammad starts next week, and I had ordered some of Muhammad's uniform from Land's End, and so I was getting it out of the box yesterday and getting ready to wash some of those clothes so they can be ready for Monday, and I'm pulling all the papers out of the box, and at the bottom of the box there's this card, and it says, I'm showing you at x96.com/live. It says a special gift for customers of Land's End, a $100 wine voucher.
Wow.
Delivery included, it says.
Well, you have to remember, Land's End is a land where grown-ups live. So.
That's what I was going to say. It's something called nakedwines.com. And I went there, and it's like a wine of the month club. You can buy cases of wine there, and I have to claim this within 30 days to get my $100 worth of wine.
Does it have states that are excluded on it?
Well, of course Utah's excluded.
Well, I think there might be a way you can do it.
No.
You sure?
You can't ship wine. You can't ship wine.
You can to the liquor store.
Yeah, how does that work now?
I think there might be a way you can have it shipped to the liquor store.
Because Pro Flowers did the same thing. They would send, thank you for your purchase, and here's, X amount of dollars at a wine store, and I could never use them. I'd send them to Drew in California, and he used them. Yeah.
Well, I posted this on Twitter, so probably somebody has stolen my codes already. I would love to know if somebody got that and is getting their $100 worth of wine. But Land's End knows what parents need when they're getting ready for school this year, and I think $100 worth of wine is a great school supply to supply for parents.
You said it's upon us. You said Catholic school is upon us. That's a Catholic holiday I'm not familiar with. What is the Catholic
Saint
holiday of
Upon
upon us? Saint upon us. What is
the
that?
patron saint of quarantines is
Saint upon us.
Yeah, so what's here? It's happening. It's school. We're doing school.
Okay.
Now, I have never ordered a case of anything from the liquor store. Never done that. And Sue told me that I should order a couple of cases of those sparkling wines in the can that Jimmy had for us last week. And so I just went, can I do that online, or do I need to go down there? I've never done that before.
I don't know for sure, but I know you can do it.
Yeah. You probably need to go down there.
I think you have to go there.
And see,
or you might be able to online, because they could verify your they could verify your information online.
Yeah, this sounds like a question for Jimmy the wine guy next time we have him on.
Well, I can't wait that long, can I?
I need to drink now.
The weekend is coming, Gina.
And unfortunately, there's no other way to contact Jimmy other than just when he's on our show.
I know, right?
Yeah. Damnedest thing.
All right. 7:48. Time to award round one of your boners.
And round one of the boner voting is brought to you in part by fish.
What kind of fish?
White one.
You'd rather not say.
No, I think I just don't. I think is it rockfish? I think it's rockfish.
Sure.
Carp.
Rockfish.
And the key to good sex is good communication. Unlock your best pleasure at Black Velvet Boutique, Utah's locally owned by women sexual wellness resource, open 7 days a week, 595 South State in Clearfield. Online at blackvelvetboutique.com.
Boner candidate number one was, now the government has at least 140 children to take care of. That's the government of Chile, who knew that the birth control pills, at some point they knew the birth control pills that had been distributed by a state family planning agency, they were defective. And that resulted in at least 140 unexpected, let's say, pregnancies. Boner candidate number two, listen, I'm sorry about the kids in cages thing. Jefferson Beauregard Sessions, Attorney General, he's sorry. I mean, we had to do something, but, the kids in the cages was kind of bad. And boner candidate number three, bend over, foreigners. The government of China apparently requiring COVID testing using an anal swab for anybody entering the country. Let's see. Somebody named Jackson won a boner T-shirt, or a promise of one. And the winner was boner candidate number one, which is, the government has 140 kids to take care of now.
Yeah. All right, there you go. That's the winner of round one. Now goes forward to boner fight. Might be boner of the day. We'll see. Round two at 8:20. Three different candidates coming up. We'll get a winner there as well. Then we'll take both of the winners and put them against each other for boner fight. You'll decide boner of the day at 9:20 this morning. That's when that all goes down. All right, let's go to the phones. Mayor Mendenhall is on.
Aaron Mendenhall, the mayor of Salt Lake City. Good morning. How are you?
Good morning. I'm well, thank you. Thanks for having me on.
Listen, a couple of things that I was thinking about talking with you. First of all, there's a news story today about the, the Commission on Racial Equity. And they've been looking at the Salt Lake City Police Department, and they think that there's some improvements that need to be made. And I know you've looked at this report. What do you have to say about all of that?
I say thank you to the commission, and let's keep going. This is the beginning of the product of their work, and they've made three general recommendations in the areas of the field training program. We need more diversity in our officers that are coming into the department. The crisis intervention team, that's the de-escalation team, and suggestions around the training diversification there, and also around our training academy and how we train officers once they're already officers, that ongoing work of training, better diversity, community building, investment with our neighborhoods, particularly our BIPOC communities. So we're thrilled to have these results, but they're going to keep doing this work in the months ahead, and it's just the beginning of what they'll ultimately be recommending to the council and myself.
How do they determine this? How did this commission determine this? What, they just look at the, I don't know. What do they look at to determine all of that?
Well, I'll say that all their meetings are public meetings, so if anyone's interested, you can go watch on Zoom, and there's public ways to participate. But the city council helped to fund them in the last budget. So basically, we were able to hire a consultant who does things like helps big committee groups put together recommendations on a specific topic. And then we're staffing that work so they don't have to do the homework of digging into what are the best practices around the country on things like use of force, or how should officers engage or not engage with school students. So city staff is doing a lot of that legwork from our attorney's office, also from the police department. They want to be able to make recommendations that actually fit in and work within, from our state constitution to the budget that we work with as a city. So the department is very much involved to let them know what they might be doing that's similar, that could be augmented, or what that impact might be on the safety of the officers. So everybody's at the table for this, but it's the community who's leading it.
The other thing I wanted to mention, I saw this in the news a week ago or so. You might have noticed, if you live in Salt Lake City, these 5G towers being erected.
Bill, are you going to talk conspiracy theories here? Is this
No.
where we're going with this?
No.
Okay, good.
But they're black, and they're putting them up all over the place in the city, and there are people who are unhappy about that because they're ugly, for one thing, and they're marring the view of some citizens and their property, and apparently there's nothing that can be done about it. The city has no control over it. They can just the 5G company, I don't know who's doing it, Verizon or whoever it is, they just can put them wherever they want.
Verizon is the main one in Salt Lake City, but we have no way to limit how many companies want to do this, and there's more than just Verizon. There are hundreds of them that we know about that are coming, and they are in no way obliged through the law to tell us how many they plan to do. And that was thanks to that and our inability to really say no to any of them unless they create a traffic hazard, was thanks to some work of our state legislature in 2018. It's not unique to Utah. This kind of legislative state mandate worked its way across the nation in 2018 and the year that preceded and followed. So Salt Lake City and every city in the state of Utah find these laws to be very industry friendly.
And these are laws, these are state laws, nothing these. And these, I mean, they could do something else. They could put the 5G things on other towers that already exist, but that would mean that they'd have to rent the space from whoever owns the tower that they want to put it on. So it's cheaper for them to just put up these ugly black towers, and because it's a state law, they do that?
You got it. That's it. And so our city council met on Tuesday. We've known since our discussions in 2018 that these were coming and that they were not going to be attractive and that they could basically go anywhere in the public right-of-way as long as the car wasn't likely to hit them. But our council is reevaluating right now, given that we're starting to see them in the ground, and we can look at how we might be able to use our local laws to affect how they look, how they are disguised or not disguised.
Yeah,
and
maybe
cities around the country are asking these same questions.
Maybe there's a way to make them look a little better than, or we could just paint them in neon colors and make them stick out like even worse than they do.
They look like saguaro cactus in parts of Arizona.
Yeah, I've seen that. They actually make them look like cactus. I've seen that. Yeah. Mayor Mendenhall, thanks a lot for talking with us. And well, I'm not going to advocate anything dangerous with the 5G towers.
Yeah, don't do that.
No. It occurred to me for a second, but I thought better of it.
Let it go.
Yeah, I'll let it go.
Thanks for having me. Next week we can talk about what happens at the end of the legislative session tomorrow.
Oh, great.
Yeah, okay, good. Yeah, what they've done that affects the city. Yeah.
Hopefully.
Yeah, all right,
Thanks
thank you.
for having me.
See you.
All right, thank you very much. Traffic, please, Gina.
It's been a great morning so far. I have no accidents to tell you about. Well, unless you're going down to Beaver. Anybody headed to Beaver?
I'm always headed down to Beaver.
Crash southbound I-15 at milepost 120, 9 miles north of Beaver. So that's the only thing you need to be aware of, unless you see something that we all need to be aware of, and you can text that to us anytime at 33986, and I will pass it along.
You watch tomorrow. They're going to start. Somebody's going to start putting one of those 5G towers on my park strip.
Where's Bill Allred live?
Yeah.
We're going to do it there.
All right, we will take a break. Sean Means has movie reviews after these. Stand by. Okay, Zero Res. Keep it clean, Gina. Keep it clean.
I love Zero Res. I like a clean house. Have you ever sat down on your couch and dust comes up out of it?
Oh, I thought it was coming out of me.
No, it's because you need to get your upholstery. When was the last time you had your upholstery cleaned on your couch? You need to do that at the same time you have Zero Res coming into your carpet.
So you're sitting on a couch full of dander is what you're telling me.
Yeah, exactly.
Ugh, dead skin. Zero Res can get rid of all of that. They don't use harsh chemicals or shampoos or detergents or anything like that. So your carpets and your upholstery stay cleaner longer because those things are dirt magnets. So if you want to get your rooms cleaned right now, call Zero Res, $33 per room, and they do a great job. They really do. 801-2880, that's 288-9376, or just Google Zero Res on your Google machine.
It is the 23rd century. Humans have left the lonely confines of planet Earth and have sought their destiny among the stars. While many things have changed, one constant remains: the need for young men to venture forth and do the work of the Lord. This is the tale of two such men who at the age of 19 have answered the call of their general authorities and are embarking on a 2-year mission to spread the gospel throughout the entire galaxy. This is the story of Space Elders!
Today, we join our missionaries as they land on a remote planet called Triskelion.
Lehi, ever wonder where Zone Leader Hansen finds planets no one has ever heard of to send us to?
Well, I'm sure these folks just called the 1-800 Subspace channel and request visits by missionaries.
Well, we've been on Triskelion for over a minute now, and no one's made an attempt on our lives. I'd say so far so good.
These are the agreed-upon coordinates. We were supposed to wait here for them to contact us. What the flip? Hey, where are we now?
You are in a cavern miles below the surface of Triskelion.
Looky, Butch, disembodied brains. Who are you guys?
We are the providers. 200 quatlus for the tall one. 300 quatlus for the tall one.
Excuse me, providers. I'm Lehi Christiansen, and this is Elder Jensen.
500 quatlus for Elder Jensen.
As I was saying, we represent the Church of Jesus Christ of Latter-day Saints.
You know, the Mormons.
600 quatlus for Elder Jensen.
We was wondering if you had heard of our church and if you'd like to hear more.
700 quatlus for Elder Jensen, and I'll let you have the fat one for free.
Hey, wait just a minute. Missionaries come in pairs. You can't split us up. We are a package deal.
Okay. 800 quatlus for both of the Mormons. That's my final offer.
Did we just get sold to that glowing brain under the glass doodad over there?
That's what it sounded like. We'd better get to the bottom of this.
Excuse me. It's me over here, Lehi.
You know, the fat one.
But you're not helping.
Sorry.
If you brains are done talking amongst yourselves, we'd just like to talk to you about joining our faith.
Silence! You are now a drill thrall. You will fight in the arena for our amusement until you are dead.
I don't like the looks of this.
Come on, don't be such a wussy. We have these big stick thingies to defend ourselves with, and our opponent is a scantily clad woman with big breasts. Come on, lady, take your best shot. Ow! Hey, I wasn't ready. Try that again, I dare you. Ow!
Hey, that's gonna leave a mark. Hey, provider guys, care to make a new wager?
300 quatlus on the missionaries. 400 quatlus on the scantily clad woman with big breasts.
How would you like to wager your eternal souls?
Make this good, or we will teleport you onto the surface of Triskelion's sun.
Okay, here's the deal. If we win, we get to go free, and you donate 1,000 quatlus to the LDS Church Missionary Program. We lose, and we will remain drill thralls and fight for your amusement.
I don't know. That's a lot of quatlus.
Well, you chicken?
You have a wager. You two against all of the other drill thralls.
Oh, well, it was nice knowing you, Lehi.
Don't sweat it, Butch. I got a plan. Is this the end of Butch and Lehi? Will they spend the rest of their very short lives as drill thralls? Can quatlus be used to pay tithing? How exactly would you baptize a disembodied brain anyway? Tune in next time to hear Lehi say, "Put down your stick, Butch, and follow my lead."
But we couldn't take a prissy girl thrall, and you think we can take on all them without weapons?
Trust me. Excuse me, drill thralls. I'm Elder Christiansen of the LDS Church. My companion, Elder Jensen,
Hi.
And I were wondering if you'd like to learn more about the Mormon Church.
Hey, where's everybody going?
Foul! You cheated! I demand a rematch!
On the next eye-gouging episode of Space Elders.
All right. Is this sponsored, Gina?
Yes, it's a great time to be a geek in Utah. Dr. Volts and the Nerd Store have joined forces. Comics, collectibles, action figures, and so much more. The Nerd Store and Dr. Volts.
Well, here he is, Sean Means. He is a culture writer and film critic. You can read Sean's reporting and criticisms in the Salt Lake Tribune. Just go to sltrib.com. You can find everything that you need from Sean Means at moviecricket.net. Good morning, Mr. Means.
Good morning.
How are you today? Are you okay?
Doing quite well, thank you.
Okay, good. Now, so what movies have we got?
We start with SpongeBob, I guess, huh?
Yes, unfortunately we start with SpongeBob. The SpongeBob movie, Sponge on the Run. This was supposed to be out a year ago, and then everything happened. And the studio decided that they would use, instead of putting it out in waiting and putting it out in theaters sometime, they would use it as a lure to get everybody to sign up for Paramount Plus.
Wow.
So that's the only place you can find this movie, and it's not gonna lure me. I'm telling you. SpongeBob. We've known about SpongeBob for 20 years. We've been watching SpongeBob for 20 years now, and the idea of another movie where we're reintroducing the characters seems odd, and it's really boring.
Wow.
I think even if you are not familiar with these characters, you can feel that this is a retread and a rehash. And the two things out of it that are strange is, first off, it's fully computer animated, which is more than it's ever been, and it has this sort of claymation feel to it, which doesn't work with these flat, not nearly as fun and charming as the flat two-dimensional line drawing characters that we've all grown up with.
Yeah.
The second part is that there are numerous flashbacks to when SpongeBob was young and he met all of his friends at camp when he was a kid, and those are all basically an advertisement for the new TV series that is also premiering on Paramount Plus today. And even if you didn't know that, you could get the feel that you were being sold something.
Now, wasn't there another SpongeBob movie, which, as I recall, I'm sorry.
This is the third.
Oh, this is the third, because I remember seeing one of them, probably the first one, and as I don't remember anything about it other than I think it was pretty good. It was.
David Hasselhoff was in it, Bill. That's why you saw it.
David Hasselhoff. David Hasselhoff playing David Hasselhoff, and boy, that was a stretch.
Yeah.
And then the second one was partly computer animated, and it had Antonio Banderas as a pirate.
Yeah, no, I didn't see that.
Go find those instead of this one.
Okay.
Yeah, so two stars for SpongeBob movie.
So not good. All right.
Nope.
Well, then let's go to Boogie.
Boogie, yes. This is a coming-of-age high school basketball drama. The interesting, which is all the familiar tropes of that. He's got to learn to be a teammate, and he has to learn what he's fighting for, and all that sort of thing. The twist here is that the character is a second generation Taiwanese American, very traditional parents who fight all the time, but the one thing they agree on is they want their kid to get into a good school and succeed, So you have him fighting not only for himself as a basketball player, but also against the sort of tradition of his parents. This is the writing and directing debut of Eddie Huang, who restaurateur and author, wrote the book Fresh Off the Boat that the TV series was based on.
Yep.
For all of the how it's going to go kind of way. This goes the way of every other coming of age, basketball film. The cast is really good, and the energy to it is really good. And there's this new kid in the lead role named Taylor Takahashi, who is really good and really strong. And then the other interesting thing is that there's another his sort of main basketball rival is played by a rapper whose name was Pop Smoke, and this is his first movie. It's also his last movie because he was shot and killed about a year ago.
Oh.
At the age of 20. So it's a great sort of time capsule tribute of what this guy could have been. Like I said, within the confines of a coming of age story, it's got really good energy. So 3 stars.
All right.
Are the basketball scenes realistically done and nicely done?
They're pretty well done.
Mm-hmm.
All right.
Okay.
Well, let's get to the big one then. Raya and the Last Dragon. I'm hearing a lot of good things about this movie.
Yeah, this is a new Disney and beautifully computer animated. It's set in a fictional nation that is based largely on Southeast Asian cultural traditions, and but a place where there used to be dragons, but now there are not dragons. And the land has suffered because of it. This land used to be united and peaceful. Now it's split up into factions, and you have this young woman warrior who is trying to gather up the pieces of the last dragon gem, put it together, and hopefully save the kingdom. And also finds as the title suggests, the last dragon. It's really beautifully done. It's this great sort of hero journey. The voice cast is great. Raya is voiced by Kelly Marie Tran, who we all know from the Star Wars movies.
Mm-hmm.
The dragon, Sisu, is voiced by Awkwafina.
Mm-hmm. So the dragon's hilarious.
So the dragon is hilarious. For my money, it is the best voice. It's the best voice work since Robin Williams did the genie.
Wow. Really? Okay.
It's really good. And then so it's a really great story. And the other thing about it that I love is that the world building is so perfect here. I mean, they have to create their own mythology because they're starting from scratch.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
And they set it up very well. They set it up they explain it very well. It's beautifully done, and frankly, it reminds me a lot of Wakanda in the sense of how Black Panther set up the world building of Wakanda.
Mm-hmm.
This one sets up the world building of its land, Kumandra, very well, and it is beautiful from beginning to end. So 3.5 stars.
Wow.
For Raya and the Last Dragon.
All right.
Thank you very much, Sean.
And that's on Disney Plus and in theaters.
That is on it's Disney Plus Premium, and it's also in theaters.
Okay.
Yeah. All right.
All right,
So
Sean, thank you very much. It looks like a couple of good movies this week, and we'll talk to you again next week.
All right, thank you.
All right.
All right. Traffic, please, Gina.
We have had an excellent commute out there. Well done, everybody. Let's keep it up. I have no accidents to tell you about. No frogs in the road. No mattresses on the side of the road. No buffalo. Nothing, which is great. I don't want anything. I like boring traffic reports, so thank you for whatever your part is in driving well today. If you do see something, though, you can always text it to us, 33986. Injured in an accident? Everyone deserves an advocate. Call 801-355-5550 or go to utahodvocates.com.
All right.
Let's see. Round 2 of the boners coming up. Here are the candidates we're considering. Number 1, college campus student safety should not be a political issue.
No.
Boner candidate, number 2, more Zoom porn. And number 3, the only problem? We ran out of beer.
All right. We got round 2 of your boners coming up. Stand by for that, along with Big Boy News and Opinionwendo. BigOTires.com is the website. Not only can you find a location near you, but there's coupons there. I like coupons.
Well, they're locally owned, the Big O Tire stores, locally owned and locally operated. On top of that, buddy.
That, why don't you? Yeah, they also have the lowest price on every tire every day on brand you know and trust. Take that,
buddy.
Michelin, Goodyear, Continental, Yokohama, Cooper, and their very own Big O brand tires.
Well, you can save up to $150 right now on Nitto, Toyo, and Pirelli tires at Big O Tires. So take that. You can find a Big O Tire store near you. There are plenty of them around. Get to know the one in your neighborhood, though, because you'll find them very helpful. So go to the website, BigOTires.com. Remember, they are the team that you trust.
The new
Mark Ronson featuring Bruno Mars.
Okay.
Owing a considerable amount of money to the James Brown estate and the Rick James estate.
I would say.
I requested that this morning.
I like that.
Pretty tasty, I must say.
I'm not a Bruno Mars fan.
I'm gonna make you one.
No, I don't think so. I think it's Mark Ronson.
No,
and
No, I can tell you it's Bruno Mars, and here's why.
Why?
Because it rips off a lot of stuff.
Not ripped. Inspired
And
by.
I'm not saying it in a bad way.
Yeah, you're right.
You know,
it's probably so it's Bruno Mars sounding as much as he can like somebody else.
Yeah.
But it was enjoyable.
It was. Normally, I don't.
I'm glad that somebody is still making that kind of music.
Exactly.
So that makes me happy.
Yeah, I mean,
because I do love that kind of music.
Beck had to do it a few years ago.
Yeah,
which was kind of odd, but so are you okay, Gina?
I got my song request. I'm great. Why?
Oh, okay. Is that I guess that's what it was. Usually you have a greeting for me.
I had my headphones on. I was uptown funky. I had no time for you.
Gina's got so much funk.
I don't. That's why I have to add it to my life.
I've seen her dance. She's got the. See, I don't dance. Because
you know better?
Because I know I look silly. I know I look like a white guy. I have to be really, really, really drunk.
And you probably haven't even done that in a long time.
Been a really long time.
There are mornings when we're playing a song.
Oh, do I do it and not realize I'm doing it?
And we've been meaning to have an intervention.
Do I sometimes dance and I don't realize I'm dancing?
Sometimes you air guitar.
Do I?
Yeah.
And I don't know I'm doing it.
And air drum. And
that's terrible.
Yeah.
The last time I remember dancing, I believe, what was that band that used to play at all like Green Street, and I want to say, they were like Solid Groove or Solid Gold or
I don't know.
That and they and they put
the
on
disco
the wig.
drippers.
Disco Drippers. There we go. The Disco Drippers. And I remember when at Trolley Square, when Green Street was there, and it was the middle of summer, and they would have cordon off part of the parking lot there, and you could just go out there and dance.
Right.
And I believe the Disco Drippers were there.
Quite possibly.
And I remember dancing there and taking off most of my clothing.
Really?
Yeah. It was.
You were having a good time.
I was indeed having a great time. I was down to a shirt and boxer shorts.
Really?
Yeah. And dancing to the Disco Drippers. I think our salesman, the guy who later became our salesman, was singing with the Disco Drippers at that time. Scott.
He was with the band at the time.
Scott, what's his name?
Yeah.
Yep. Took off most of my clothing. I was dancing with a.
I don't know how I missed that.
I was dancing. Well, you weren't there. That's how. You weren't invited.
But you'd think that word would have got out. Bill's over there.
No, I was with my actor friends.
Oh,
I do need to be drunk to dance, but I do it more often than that. I was wedding in Idaho was the last time.
Oh, I remember you talking about that.
Yeah.
Well,
there's video evidence of this, and it's a bad thing.
Well, let's face it. I have seen people, white people that dance well, but we are not among them. I think
No,
not among them.
And I think you get a pass at a wedding. I don't think anyone's gonna. Yeah, because
I often make passes at people at weddings.
Okay, it's 8:21 right now, and it is time now for round 2 of your boner voting. Here we go. 3 news stories. These are examples of bad, stupid, or funny human behavior, and you will decide with your vote. Of these 3 candidates, which one is the worst, which one deserves to go forward to boner fight and possibly become boner of the day. I say possibly because it'll go up against the winner of round 1. We did that an hour ago. Good candidate, by the way. Mm-hmm. Which is why it's important here in round 2 to pick strategically. It may not be your favorite candidate, but think about a good boner fight at 9:20, because that's when we're going to take both of the winners, one of each round, and put them against each other. You'll decide boner of the day at that time. So think strategically here for round 2. Here we go. 2 candidates now, a third after the news. Once you've heard all 3, you'll vote, and one of you lucky random boner voters will receive.
And we'll actually be able to pick up your Radio from Hell tote bag, and Katie's going to tell you how you can pick that up if you win today, or if you won it in the last 300 and something days.
Yeah. Starting Monday, the 8th, going through April 9th. So you got a whole month between the hours of 9 a.m. and 12 p.m., Monday through Friday. You can come in and pick it up. If you come in between 9 and 10 a.m., you're going to have to call a number that will be out on the lobby doors so our receptionist can run to the front. Otherwise, those will be the only times you can get it.
Okay. And that's 50 West Broadway is where we are located, on the 2nd floor.
Boner candidate number 1. College campus student safety is not, should not be a political issue. A bill seeking to improve safety on Utah's college campuses passed through the Senate on Tuesday, but not before it was gutted of a key effort to involve students in the conversation. The measure, Senate Bill 163, now no longer includes its biggest provision that would have created a commission of students to look at security on campus and make recommendations to the state on how to fix ongoing issues that they see. This was something that our students really wanted, said Senator Gina Iwamoto of Holiday, the bill's sponsor. We were all excited about the positive impact of this, but after concerns were raised by the commission, or about the commission, by several Republican members of the legislature, including accusations that a student group would be too liberal and shut out conservative voices, Iwamoto reluctantly agreed to remove the part to allow the rest of the bill move forward before the session ends.
What does campus
Friday.
Safety have to do with political?
Nothing. The watered-down measure, which passed 22-6, focuses largely on campus crime data and now moves to the House for a final vote. Iwamoto said she was disappointed by the pushback to the commission, saying it was meant to let students for any college in the state come forward with their ideas for improving campus safety. There was nothing political about this, she said, and no lobbyists were involved in pushing for it. That part of the bill, she said, was drafted by local students who were spurred on by ongoing worries after the campus murder of several of their classmates in recent years, including the most recent one, Lauren McCluskey. Our students in Utah have endured unspeakable events and tragedies on campus, Iwamoto said. Mm-hmm. The measure, though, which Iwamoto described as a simple, innocuous bill to address persisting issues, had faced hurdles since it was drafted. It's an important bill, she said. We worked on it for months. The students across the state.
What is the liberal thing they think was going to happen?
I don't, you know.
They're going to drown out the conservative voices.
What?
The conservative voices that say, well, we ought to be shooting people on campus. I guess. I don't know.
I'm unclear what they're worried about. What did they think was going to happen?
Here's what they're worried about.
Okay, what are they
These
saying?
Conservative farts in the Utah State Legislature are worried that they don't want to let the liberal college students speak about anything. That's what they're worried about.
But what are they? Okay, but what are they worried they're going to say?
Nothing.
What's going to happen? What's the bad thing that will happen if?
Well, now that sounds like cancel culture to me. I don't know.
It's liberal. If we let those liberal college students have their say, They'll drown out the conservative voices that barely can be heard in the state of Utah.
So it's cancel culture when it happens to a conservative.
Oh, God.
But when they do it to us, it's something else. Okay, all right.
How about this? If you're a student that was looking forward to having your voice heard on this matter, I would encourage you to email the Radio from Hell show, radiofromhell@x96.com. Tell us your thoughts on campus security, and maybe we'll give you a voice here if the state government does not want to give you one.
Well, I don't know. If we do that. They might try to start drowning us out.
They're not in charge of us. They're not the boss of us.
Boner candidate number 1. College campus safety should not be political. Boner candidate number 2. More Zoom porn. I don't know. I almost didn't nominate this one because it's happening so frequently, it seems. A Zoom presentation for a Titusville high school class was cut short when somebody gained access to the session and started displaying pornographic material during the session. This is in Florida. The incident happened on February 18th, and since then, Zoom officials and authorities have been notified. We have worked closely with our educational technology team as well as the administration to reinforce security measures and protocols as well as provide additional training. But this is the kind of thing that happens when you let those liberal students... Boner candidate number 2, more Zoom porn.
All right.
Coming up in a moment, boner candidate number 3. Well, the only problem was we ran out of beer.
Okay. Candidate number 3 for round 2 coming up after this. Big Boy News and Opinioendo, brought to you by.
Enjoy exhibits and films at Clark Planetarium, now open 7 days a week from 10 a.m. to 5:30 p.m. Reserve your tickets at clarkplanetarium.org. Enjoy an experience that will leave you in awe. Reservations are required.
Tim Allen, Last Man Standing. I guess that's a TV show?
Yeah.
He is now...
because conservatives are getting their voices silenced. It's in its, 6th season now?
He's now nearly 23 years sober, served almost 2.5 years in a federal prison after being busted in 1978 with a pound of cocaine at the Kalamazoo Battle Creek, Michigan International Airport. Mr. Tim Allen, now 67 years old, pleaded guilty to drug trafficking charges at the time. I just shut up and did what I was told when I was in prison. He was 23 at the time. It was the first time ever that I did what I was told, and I played the game. I learned literally how to live day by day and learned how to shut up. You definitely want to learn how to shut up, he said.
He didn't learn how to shut up. What's he talking
didn't.
about?
Mm-hmm. He didn't. He's talking about this. I don't know why he's talking. I think it's because they're going to do a reunion.
He was just recently on Mark Maron's podcast, and that's why people are suddenly discovering he's conservative, which is something that we've known because, we get the newsletters from Mr. Soros, something we've known for.
Well, and when you're on Mark Maron's podcast, well, then all of a sudden it matters.
That's when it matters. Oh, and Last Man Standing's in its 9th season, so once again, the conservative voices are being silenced. Man.
I told you yesterday about that SUV crash in California. 13 people were killed. Apparently, so one of the deadliest highway crashes involving migrants sneaking across the border. That's what it was. The U.S. they came through a hole in Donald Trump's wall, a breach in the wall, and they were in that van. Surveillance video showed a Ford Expedition and a Chevy Suburban drive through the opening early Tuesday, and the Suburban carried 19 people. It caught fire for an unknown reason on a nearby interstate after entering the United States. Everybody escaped from that vehicle, taken into custody, but the Expedition had 25 people in it.
Oh, wow.
It continued on, and it got into a crash. 13 people died in that crash. The Utah State Legislature, Republicans, they're afraid that party raiding is interfering with Republican selection of nominees in primary elections. The Utah Senate gave the final legislative stamp of approval to a bill which would limit when voters can change their party affiliation.
I just want to say in who's going to be representing me in my government. And because Republican Party primaries are closed, unless I register as a Republican, I don't have a say in that. So here's my question. I am currently a registered Republican because I wanted a say in that in the last election. Do I just stay that so I can always vote?
Yes.
All right.
Stick around and let's mess things up.
It's not even about messing things up. No. I would like a say in who governs us, and that's the only way to have a say in it. So,
exactly.
Well,
because the Democrats, anybody can vote for the Democrats.
This bill would prevent a voter from switching parties for nearly 3 months ahead of primary election.
I'll just stay there.
Yeah, and we'll just have to start reminding people earlier to do it. So that fixes that. All right.
The Capitol is on high alert because of QAnon conspiracy theory predictions, in which Donald Trump will be sworn in as the president again today sometime. QAnon has been pushing this theory. Now, when it doesn't happen, it'll be interesting to say what QAnon has to say about that. But they've been saying that he will return to the White House today and be sworn in as the president, and Donald Trump will be frog walked out of the Capitol.
You mean the other way around? Yeah, the other way around.
Yeah, Joe Biden.
It'll be the same thing when any cult leader predicts the end of the world, or the spaceship is coming, or they always have these dates in mind. This is going to we weren't righteous enough to have Donald Trump be our president. We didn't pray hard enough. We didn't believe hard enough that Donald Trump was going to be our president.
Yeah. Let's see. One more. How about?
Yes. You have 2 minutes. So.
Okay. Scientists are getting closer to explaining this symptom of COVID-19 called brain fog.
Oh, yeah.
I have that, and I haven't had COVID-19.
For months, researchers have been aware of a long-term symptom afflicting people after recovering from active COVID-19 infection. One such symptom, generally referred to as brain fog, can take the shape of confusion. Yeah, that's you, Gina. Difficulty thinking, difficulty concentrating, short-term memory loss, and in severe cases, they've even reported delirium and psychosis. What people don't realize is when we shut the microphones off during our commercial breaks, we keep reminding Gina of who she is.
Yep. Thank you for that.
Yeah, sure.
I forget.
Scientists don't know for sure what causes this brain fog from COVID, but they're zeroing in on some theories. Mainly, they believe that it happens when cells that are involved in response to an infection make their way to an atypical place, such as the brain.
They're clogging things up.
Well, so the cells are responding, trying to fight off the infection, and they end up in your head, up in your brain, which is not where they're used to being, and so that causes confusion. And then finally, this story, which I would do if it was not erased. So some reason. Oh, there it is. A young man who was believed to be dead by health personnel. This is in Bangalore, wherever that is. Had a narrow escape. He was on the autopsy table. They were about to cut him open and find out what had caused his death. He'd been severely injured in an accident, but they wanted to, find out if there was any other cause. And so he's on this autopsy table. They're about to cut him open, and all of a sudden he jumped up.
Wow.
Freaking everybody out.
Yeah. He came, a 27-year-old man came alive on the postmortem table. Yeah. He jumped up and said, "I'm not dead.
I'm getting
Don't cut
better."
me." Okay. Okay. So there you go. All right.
I just received a text from Q. All right. So he knows what'll happen today when Trump is not made president, like his, the Grand Awakening.
Right.
This is the next date for QAnon. They'll move the goalposts to the 4th of July. Because it is the 245th anniversary of 1776. 2 means second term, 45 for Orange 45.
Yeah.
Boom.
There you go.
And
the reason it's today is that I think up until 1935 or something like that, Inauguration Day was on the 4th of March.
Mm-hmm.
And then they changed it to January, whatever it is. So, all right.
All right. Sports, weather, traffic.
The Washington football team is making another drastic change. The organization is going to feature a co-ed dance team in 2021, ditching its cheerleading program for the first time in more than 50 seasons. I guess the Washington football team was the very first team to have cheerleaders.
That's it. I'm going to stop watching.
You don't want to see a co-ed dance team,
No,
Bill?
I want cheerleaders. To lead my cheers.
You don't know how to cheer unless they're telling you to go team go. Donovan Mitchell had a first for his career. That was getting tossed out after 2 technical fouls in their game last night against the Sixers. Donovan, you're out of here.
Mouthy punk.
No, he's a nice guy who just couldn't take it anymore. This bad reffing.
Yeah.
And they lost last night, 131-123. Weather? So 40% chance of showers, mostly south, Utah County and further south. Up north, we've got a better chance of sunny skies and quite warm today, 57 for a high. Tomorrow, 63. How do you feel about Saturday being close to 70? Does that feel pretty good?
I could warm up to that.
Okay, warm up to that. We will dip back down into the 40s and 50s next week, so enjoy your weekend. That'll be
time to break out your short sleeves there, Bill.
Don't put out your tomatoes too early, though.
You can ride your motorcycle to work.
Yeah.
Do that.
I'll be riding my motorcycle to work.
I'll get out the bike.
That'll let you know I'm a real man.
Traffic, I do have a couple things to tell you about. Crash northbound I-15 at the 31st Street off-ramp in Ogden. And a crash southbound SR-224. This is Olympic Parkway up in Summit County, Park City area. Left lane is blocked there. And let's see. Nobody else has sent anything in via text. It's been a pretty light traffic morning. Thank you, though, for those of you that do send it in, and I know you're being safe about that. 33986.
Here's boner candidate number 3. Well, the only problem is we ran out of beer. 2 pals drunk on an inflatable mattress on the ocean in Perth, Australia.
All right.
And they're floating on this raft, this big inflatable mattress, essentially. And they ran out of beer.
Well, that's terrible news.
They had to be rescued after strong winds dragged them at least 2 miles off the coast. They didn't notice that they were drifting out to sea because they were drunk. They only noticed when one of them says, "I need another beer." We drank them all.
Wait a minute.
Well, baby, we better. And then they look and they go, "Uh-oh." 2 miles off the coast. They were rescued, but the only problem they said was, well, we ran out of beer.
It's similar to the plot of Gilligan's Island. Yeah. All right. Let's review the first 2 and vote.
Boner candidate number 1, college campus student safety should not be a political issue.
Yeah.
The Utah Senate has gutted a campus safety bill eliminating student input because, well, those students are so liberal. They'll drown out conservative voices. Boner candidate number 2, more Zoom porn. Yes, indeed. People crashing. This was a Zoom meeting at a high school, and somehow somebody crashed it with pornographic images. And boner candidate number 3, the only problem was we ran out of beer.
All right. Here we go. It's time for you to decide, of these 3 candidates, which one is the worst. which one deserves to go forward to Boner Fight and possibly become Boner of the Day? I say possibly because, well, we had round 1 an hour ago. That candidate is already in Boner Dome waiting for the winner of this round. And we'll send the winner of this round to Boner Dome. And that's when you decide Boner of the Day at 9:20 this morning. That's when Boner Fight happens, and that's where it all goes down. Right now, strategically pick your champion from this round 2 to send forward. 1, 2, or 3. Remember your candidate number, the one that you think should win, and put that number, that single digit, in the message of a text. Text that to 33986. Pretty easy. Or you can call and speak to a real live human being at 877-602-9696. Or again, if you're just, antisocial, x96.com. Go there, look for the box that says Boner Voting March 4, 2021, and vote there. You have until the end of these messages to do it. This is round 2. Michael A. York and Associates. The phone number is 801-REFUNDS. It's easy.
Yeah. And so if you have a small business, and you may have a small business and maybe not even really realize you do.
Exactly.
If you're getting paid on the side, then you should talk to Michael York about how to handle that, because he can get you deductions that you didn't know you were entitled to.
A lot of people think taking money under the table, or I'm just not going to claim this, that it's not enough money to worry about, and I'm saving money that way. Not necessarily. And if you call Michael A. York and Associates, they'll be able to explain to you how your side business and those deductions could save you some money.
They offer a whole range of tax and financial and consulting services. They're designed to help you and your business get to your financial goals. So it's Michael A. York and Associates. Give them a call at 801-REFUNDS or go to the website, michaelayork.com. See what I got here?
Well,
No,
it keeps appearing and disappearing because of your filter.
Can't
If you
do
hold
it.
it up, there you go. Hold it in front of your face. Is it a plane?
Gin-soaked raisins.
Oh, I thought it was a brain inside of a jar.
No, gin-soaked. So remember that story last week?
Mm-hmm.
105-year-old woman.
Yes.
She ate 9 gin-soaked raisins a day.
So this is your health plan? This is your.
I haven't tried them. And they were golden raisins.
Of course.
So I bought some golden raisins, and I put them in this and then covered them with gin. They've swollen up quite a bit.
They're swole with gin.
I haven't dared try them, though.
Swole with gin.
So am I, as a matter of if they.
I like that this is your new health plan. This
smells ginny.
Mm-hmm.
Should I try one? Let me
You're
see.
frozen.
Your
though.
picture froze, but
yeah.
I'll have to take your word for it.
It says looks. Oh, there I'm back. So let me just try one. See. No, you're not. I'm not back. Well, I'm back as far as I'm.
There you are. Now you've frozen again.
Okay, let me just try one of these.
Okay.
Maybe this is the universe telling me, don't do it. One.
N gin-soaked raisin.
1 gin-soaked raisin.
I wonder how she came to 9.
I don't know.
Do you think she experimented for a while, and she went all the way to 10 and went, nope, 10 is too many. The 9 is the right amount of gin-soaked.
It's pretty nasty, actually.
Really?
Yeah, it's not.
Even with the sweet golden raisins?
Yeah. They aren't sweet anymore.
Yeah.
No, I just ate some of the raisins on my cereal yesterday.
Mm-hmm.
And they're quite sweet, but no, they're not sweet anymore.
I just Googled gin-soaked raisins.
Yeah.
There's all gin-soaked raisins for arthritis. Gin-soaked raisins recipe. Now, Bill, maybe there's a recipe. You didn't follow a recipe.
No, I just poured gin over them. Cheap gin.
Let me see.
Is there something you're supposed to be doing to them?
The recipe is.
Isn't that interesting?
Yeah.
Let's see. Hold on.
Okay, I'm holding. Am I back?
Oh, well.
While Gina searches this, let me remind you, a quick reminder, that Red Roofing Ogden Homeless Drive ends today at 4. Giving all their stuff to Lantern House. You can drop donations at 2772 H Avenue in Ogden. Thank you, Roman.
Now, here's the recipe for gin-soaked raisins.
All right.
Mm-hmm.
You need 2 cups golden raisins.
What? Okay.
1.5 cups gin.
Okay, to cover them.
Put raisins in jar or container and cover with gin. Let soak for 1 to 3 weeks.
Oh, there you
That's
go.
part of the problem.
You gotta let them sit longer.
Keep in a cool, dark place, then eat 9 a day. This recipe says have
I don't know.
9 a day.
I'm having flashbacks of turmeric and pepper. You know.
I mean, yeah, probably. But Bill, I think you didn't let them soak long enough. I think you need to.
I just ate one. I'll leave them in the jar and leave them in the refrigerator here
Till next week.
Yeah.
Well, 1 to 3 weeks. Do we want to go longer?
That's
Probably
what it
want to
says,
go longer.
1 to 3 weeks.
Well, I won't. I'll wait till next Monday and try them again.
Okay.
And I like gin. Cheap gin. I like
There's
cheap
all
gin.
this, what are gin-soaked raisins good for? How long does it take for gin-soaked raisins to work to cure arthritis?
Now, are you supposed to eat them or like put them in your ears or something?
Cure arthritis.
It's going to cure your arthritis,
I'm
too,
sure it
Bill.
will.
Cures it, yeah. God, I hate the internet sometimes. Well,
What, Carrie, there's all these.
Most of the time, actually.
Do gin-soaked raisins really work?
No. Sorry. Oh, I'm sorry.
Well,
Carrie,
listen,
how do you know so
That was a
fast?
burp. That was a burp. is what
listen,
that was.
105-year-old woman. She's been doing it all her life.
Mm-hmm.
I think maybe
That's all it takes.
That's yep.
Is one 105-year-old woman. That's
all it takes for me.
Takes. I smoked a cigar every day of my life, said a 105-year-old woman. Yep, there you go. That's all it takes.
Mm-hmm. Yep.
Time to award round 2 of your boners.
And that's brought to you in part by Asparagus.
And enjoy exhibits and films at Clark Planetarium, now open 7 days a week from 10 a.m. to 5:30 p.m. Reserve your tickets at clarkplanetarium.org to enjoy an experience that will leave you in awe. Reservations are required.
Boner candidate number 1, college campus safety should not be a political issue, but the Utah State Legislature, in their infinite conservative wisdom, took any student input out of a bill which was put forward to study college campus safety. They said, no, we can't have any students involved in this. They're liberal, and they will drown out conservative voices.
Conservative voices who also need protection on campus?
No, they're fine, Carrie. Nothing bad ever happens to them.
Oh, yeah, because they're packing. Oh, okay, I get it. Yeah. Oh,
Voter candidate number 2, Zoom porn number 3, was these guys, chuckleheads. They didn't really realize how far offshore they were on their floating mattress until they ran out of beer, and then they it was in Australia. Let's see, Evan won a tote bag, and the winner was by decisive margin. Decisive number of votes. Number 1, the college campus safety issue in the Utah State Legislature.
There you go. That's your winner of round 2. It now goes forward to Boner Fight. It might be boner of the day. I think we got a good boner fight coming up at 9:20 this morning. That's when you'll decide boner of the day.
I'm having a hard time today.
Why is that?
Well, Festus, my dear sailor boy, is graduating today, and I can't be there. Which is weird.
Would you have flown? Where is he? Texas? Would you have flown down
Texas? Absolutely, I would have.
No, but Texas. You would have flown to. It's Texas.
I would have gone wherever he was graduating. Because let's be honest, I never thought he was going to graduate from anything later on in life. Never thought there was a graduation going to happen. He didn't either.
You think that there's something to the fact that he's graduating in Texas?
Well, he's graduating from, and I sent a picture to Katie that maybe they can put up. You can see his graduating class. It's the Hospital Corpsman Basic Program, Class 020 at Fort Sam Houston, Texas.
You know, it's Hug a GI Day today, too.
Is it?
Yes, it is. So, except if they're in Texas.
Don't hug them?
No, I wouldn't.
But I'm really sad. If you go to x96.com/live, you can see that photo, and clearly you all are seeing. So top row, 6th from the right. That's clearly Festus right there.
Yeah.
You can all
I can see
that,
him.
can't you?
Mm-hmm. Yeah,
that's right.
Yeah, that's him.
But I hate not being able to be there with him, and it's no fun for them either. So they get dressed up in their dress blues, and they just sort of walk through a graduation that there's nobody there to cheer them on. And
well, I understand that you'd want to be there, but remember, it's in Texas.
See, that's how much I love him. I would have gone to Texas to support this.
Fort Sam Houston.
I can't be there. So, and I know we have a few different friends of the program who've had kids in the Navy, especially, and they've sent me messages and things saying, "Oh, the graduations are really cool. It's really fun." And, they're not even live streaming it or anything.
Okay, now wait a second here.
What?
Put that picture back up, will you?
X96.com/live. Yeah.
Because I was just looking at it, and there's there we go. Okay, so most of them are wearing dark-colored masks, but there are a few of them that are wearing white masks, and there's one chucklehead in there not wearing a mask at all.
Where?
He's the second row from the top. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 in from the left. Just standing there with his face uncovered.
No, it's a light-colored mask. It's not a white one. He's wearing one. He's got one on. I promise.
Oh, wait. Now you're right. Yeah, I can see it now.
Okay.
But
you really had to call his commanding officer and let him know.
Yeah, but why? They should all be the same color.
It's uniform, shouldn't it?
Yeah, that's what I would think. Yeah.
And so he has been up to this point a seaman recruit. And thank goodness
I'm not going to make
he
any
gets
jokes
to,
there.
No, thank goodness he gets to ditch that, and now he's a hospitalman.
And that's his title.
Yeah, he's a hospitalman.
Not a hospital man.
Right, and we went through the whole Superman, Batman, Superman, Batman,
Spider-Man.
It's the same. They're all superheroes. Hospitalman.
Now, when does he get? Is he going to learn how to be a coxswain or a bosun?
No, so next he goes to dental school. So I don't know if he's a dentalman.
Dentalman.
I don't know what it is then.
It's a toothman.
But
toothman.
Dentureman. I don't know.
So he'll do that for 5 or 6 weeks, and then he gets his official assignment. So I need everybody to keep their fingers crossed that it will be a West Coast assignment, so that I might possibly be able to see him sometime.
And then is that the assignment where he'll be saving pigs somewhere?
No, that comes in between. Yeah, the live tissue training. So we'll.
Well, you just put it out there that it be West Coast's, and that means it'll be Bayonne, New Jersey. So,
stop! Don't.
You cursed you know how your luck works, Gina.
Oh, that's right.
They're going to stick him on some submarine in Baltimore.
Please don't. I would like to see him sometime. So.
Do they have a submarine racing team?
That'd be cool.
I don't know if they have a submarine racing team. I think I think that's where the nuclear sub
nuclear
base is.
vessels.
I think it's in Baltimore, or it might be Maryland.
All right. Well, this wasn't going to be an official edition of Hello Sailor Boy, but here we are.
Hello, Sailor Boy!
There you go.
Congratulations.
Can we send him a sandwich or something?
Sure. A sub. We should send him a Subway sandwich,
All
really.
right,
We're going to send him in.
Traffic, please.
The only accident I have to tell you about is a crash northbound I-15, 31st Street off-ramp in Ogden. We've had a very light traffic morning this morning, so well done, everybody. And if you see anything you want to pass along, you can always text us if it's safe for you to do that, 33986.
All right. Thank you very much. We will take a break. We do have for you coming up Boner Fight, of course, to determine who is Boner of the Day. A reasonable amount of news, all that and more. Stand by. Strong Volkswagen.
You want a Volkswagen, I know you do, and the best place to get one is at Strong VW. StrongVW.com is where you want to go and shop online for your new Volkswagen. And they have tons of used cars there too at Strong VW. Not just Volkswagens, but all kinds of used cars or previously owned, if you prefer. And when you buy from Strong VW, you get the lifetime warranty, plus free lifetime car washes, paint touch-up, loaner car if you need to go into the shop, free dent and glass repair, all for life when you buy from Strong VW. So that's the best place to go to get your Volkswagen. Take it from me. Strong Volkswagen is the place you want to be. And remember, Volkswagens are the least expensive car to maintain of all new cars. So strongvw.com, shop there now. Let's see, Gina, if we can maybe recreate. This is before Carrie signed on. It was just you and I. It was just you and I on the line.
Mm-hmm.
And this is what happened.
Okay.
Gina said to me, "Good morning."
Morning, Bill.
Hi, Gina. And then you asked me how I was.
How are you today?
Well, I'm doing pretty well. How are you?
I'm fine. I may have to go to the Instacare later, though.
So that's so Gina.
Hang on.
Oh, I'm fine.
There we go.
I'm fine. I may have to go to Instacare later. So you're not fine.
I mean, no. I guess other than this one thing, I'm pretty good.
What do you now? Let me guess.
Okay.
You have a boil that may need to be lanced.
No.
You've broken your ankle.
I don't know.
Oh, we're getting warm there.
Well, I think I heard her mention her ankle earlier.
Did you trip along with Mitt Romney? Did you both were you together?
We were walking together.
Were you roughhousing with the kids?
So, remember a couple of months ago when I one time ordered dog food to be delivered, and I felt really bad for the delivery guy because it's like 50 pounds, and I'm like, I'm not doing that anymore to my poor delivery drivers. That's all they do all day.
The delivery drivers who get paid for lifting things and delivering things, and
it's one thing to drop a 5-pound package on my doorstep. It's another to drop a bag of dog food.
Okay.
So I fed Riley yesterday morning, and I noticed she was out. Like, okay, well, today I got to go get dog food. So I put on my clogs that have a tiny heel on them and went to Sugar House Commons to go to the Petco to get her Science Diet Perfect Weight for Fat Golden Retrievers dog food. And the curbs at Sugar House Commons are uneven. Like, you know when you're carrying something and you step off a curb and you have a sense of, well, that should be where the ground is. It should be right there. And oh no, it's a good 3 or 4 inches more than that. So
Yes. Now,
momentum is
were you carrying a heavy bag of dog food at the time?
So I was carrying things, and I rolled my ankle, and I didn't hear anything snap, but it was sharp, instant pain. So much so that I thought, I don't know if I'm going to be able to drive my car, because it was my right foot. So I hopped into the driver's seat, and I sat there for like 20 minutes going, okay, what am I going to do?
No, you were doing this. You were doing this for 20 minutes. Oh.
Yes. Yeah. Yes. Exactly. Did you see me?
Did you have any plan as to what you would do if you couldn't drive your car?
No plan.
20 minutes. You couldn't have said, maybe I could call my sister, my husband, my mother. Maybe I could call. No, that never occurred to you.
No.
Okay.
No.
All right.
So I wasn't that far from home. You know how you always think, no matter where you are, I can make it home. It could be an hour away. I can make it home. So I made it home.
Yes.
And my husband called, and I did the same thing to him, Bill, by the way.
Hi, babe. How's it going? Hey, Boots.
Yeah.
Hey, Boots. Hey, Boots. How are you? What's going on?
I'm good. Well, except maybe this thing.
What?
And he said, do you want me to come home? I said, no. Fine.
No.
And he said, well, at least call the telehealth and talk to them and see what they say to do. So I called the telehealth.
And they said, put ice on it.
And they said, put ice on it and take
when
ibuprofen.
She could have called me.
But she also said, can you put weight on it?
Okay.
Well, what? You mean like a barbell or something?
No, like me.
Something really heavy.
Yeah, exactly. And so this is where the negotiation happens.
Yeah.
So I'm like, well, kind of. But it hurts really bad. You know, I don't want to go to Instacare. I don't. So I talked myself out. I'm like, I can put weight on it. And she's like, well, as long as you can put weight on it, just ice it and take ibuprofen, and it's probably okay. It really hurts to walk on it.
Well, yeah, it would this morning, yeah.
So
because you've pulled all those muscles, and they're going to be sore after a night of sleep.
Here's the trick. Have you got ice on it right now?
No, I have it propped up, but
you should put ice on it now. But here's the trick. When you do decide to go to Instacare, how are you going to get there?
Good question.
Well, my mother called me last night.
Oh, thank God somebody called you so that you could ask for help.
Oh, good, yes.
Well, she called me because I had, about an hour prior to this incident, made us mani-pedi appointments because it's her birthday this week. And I thought I'll take her and get her a mani-pedi. And so she called me and she said, I'm excited about our mani-pedi. Well, and I said, well, maybe I could do the mani. I don't know about the pedi. But no, I didn't call her to tell it. But so she said, let me know if you want me to drive you to the Instacare. If nothing else, I just want them to tell me it's not broken.
Well, your husband's a doctor, Dr. Jones.
Yeah.
I mean, he's not a medical doctor, but he's had some experience. What does he think?
Well, he thinks I should go get it x-rayed.
Well, yes.
Because he doesn't have an x-ray at home.
He doesn't have x-ray vision?
No.
All this talk, all these years, I could have swore he has that. Now, Sue says that you need to get that looked at because it could be your Achilles heel. Because my brother-in-law, Porterhouse,
blow out that tendon, you mean?
Blew out his Achilles. He heard a pop when it snapped.
It's so dumb, though. You feel so dumb. I just stepped off a curb. It's not, nothing exciting happened. It was
Gina, let's remember, I just fell out of a tree.
That's true.
Well, that's way more exciting than stepping off a curb, Katie.
It's still the same
Gina,
idea.
People just step off a curb and get hit by buses. I just stepped off the curb.
I just stepped off the curb. You just feel you feel dumb though. You feel like, and you can feel it happening. Like I'm putting my foot down. I'm putting my foot down. The ground should be there. Where's the ground? Where's the ground? It should be right there. Oh, there it is.
Well, often a sprain is more, they say, is often more painful and, it'll get more swollen and than a break. Is it all purple and everything?
Yeah, and it's swollen, and I just want someone to look at it and go, "This is what it is," and maybe wrap it up really tight or something. Because
get some ice on it, right? Though even now,
people are saying sprains hurt worse than breaks,
so it's probably what.
And they're curious as to whether the dog food is still in your car.
No, I sent the kids.
I'm getting dozens of messages about why you didn't use a grocery cart to take your dog food to your car, but that's asking too much.
No, it's one thing. I don't need a cart for one thing.
Also, if the doctor asks how you did it, use your son's example and say you were wrestling a bear.
A bear, yes.
All right. Okay. On this day?
Oh, it's tenuous. Don't get me wrong. I just like an excuse to play Simple Minds. But
okay.
Yes.
On this day in 1968,
Mm-hmm.
Patsy Kensit was born.
Ah.
Actress Patsy Kensit.
Mm-hmm.
Mm-hmm.
She was married for a brief time to Jim Carr, the singer of Simple Minds.
Yeah.
So not long. And then she married Liam Gallagher of Oasis, and then they divorced. So she's a man-eater. Patsy Kensit birthday today.
Oh, that's a good excuse.
Oh, well, yeah.
If
you enjoy that kind of music, then you'll enjoy our HD2 channel. Listen on your HD radio, or go to x96.com and look for the cow on the website and click on that to listen to commercial-free classic alternative.
I just found the most wonderful website in that while that song was playing. It's called a place called Snackathon.
Ooh.
And I won't tell you right now why I went there. I ended up going there. But so the first thing I noticed is they got something called Van Holten's Pickle in a Pouch.
Ooh.
You can order pickle in a pouch. It's a big dill pickle in different flavors, and they come in these little pouches. But then I started exploring this website. You wouldn't believe the variety of snack food that's available. Did you know that there were microwavable pork rinds available?
Why do you need to microwave?
Lowry's Bacon Curls microwavable pork rinds. You put and they come in a little pouch like popcorn, and you put them in the microwave for a certain amount of time, and they come out hot and crispy.
Okay,
and they come in different flavors. Different. Name a snack food. Just name a variety of snack food. A variety, like
pretzels.
Okay, let's see.
Right.
Pretzels. Let me go to pea, pork rinds, pumpkin seeds. How about? It's probably under a different category.
Oh, okay.
But I'm sure they have them. But like they have here they have cauliflower bites, crispy.
I wasn't going to say
bites.
cauliflower bites. That didn't lead to.
I just can't believe it. There's more snack foods available than I thought possible. I mean, wouldn't you like to have a whole bottle full of ghee? No?
Remind me what that is?
It's like butter.
Oh yeah.
Here's some high key mini cookies. Here are I mean, it's just astonishing the stuff they have. Nature's Garden stuff, keto
You're
chips.
You're just hungry. You're hungry. That's what's going
really
on
must
here.
that must be what it is. But they have dozens and dozens and dozens of kinds of candy you can buy. Man, I'm all over.
I want to go back to the microwavable pork rinds.
Okay.
I was against them, and then now I'm for
sound
them.
good. You want me to let me read you a description if I can find them again of the microwavable pork rinds, because to me those sounded real. I like pork rinds in general, and so that sounded great to me. What was it under? Oh, it was under diets keto. They're very
they're keto? Pork rinds are keto? Okay.
Yeah, they are, because they're low in carbohydrates. For snack food, they're very low in carbohydrates. Okay, Lowry's Bacon Curl Microwavable Pork Rinds, low in carbohydrates, high in protein, perfect snack for keto or low-carb diet. Hot and crispy on the go snack prepared in the microwave, just like popcorn. Sounds good, doesn't it?
Hot and crispy on the go. That sounds good.
Let's see. How about some crispy ramen snacks? Idaho Spuds. Oh man, I'm gonna do some damage with this website.
Well, get me some M&Ms while you're there.
No, not M&Ms.
There's a whole section of M&Ms. It says there.
Oh, there is. You're right. Yeah.
All right.
Shiitake mushroom bites.
All right, we will take a break. We will be back. We've got Boner Fight after these. We've got a reasonable amount of news coming up, and we're going to tell you more about Mad Marchness because it's happening.
It's live? Is it going live?
It is live, and we'll
Where?
talk about it coming up.
Okay.
On the way. Stand by. Scott Hale, Plumbing, Heating, and Air.
It's not Free Brewery anymore, is it?
Nope.
It's March.
Mm-hmm.
Well,
I know it's still cold outside. You're not thinking about air conditioning, but now might be the time to think about air conditioning before the rush.
And Scott Hale, if you get, I think he still has that offer where you do the air conditioning. He'll throw in a free furnace, that kind of deal.
Well, you better check.
I will. But Scott Hale, if you need something with your furnace, if you need it tuned up, whatever, Scott Hale can do it. I think there's just a great. Oh, there it is, free furnace with a new central air system right there.
Oh, there we go.
You can get your furnace tuned up for about $30 from Scott Hale, and they will always do a fine job when they come to your house. Scott Hale, Plumbing, Heating, and Air. Follow them on Facebook or Instagram, or give them a call. It's 801-264-HALE. That's 264-HALE, or go to scotthale.com.
It's best question of the week. This is not complicated. You want to ask us something, you email it, and then we answer it. About pretty much anything you want. It's kind of like hello, yeah, what, but in email form. So send us your questions, radiofromhell@x96.com. Put best question or meh in the subject line, and we'll answer. And Katie has selected our best question for today.
I did. I think it's kind of cute. So this one comes from, doesn't say, I can't say their name, so it comes from Curtis. He says, last night my fiance's beloved cat of 18 years, Tigger, passed away with the Great Bale.
Oh.
Her favorite memories of the 10 years I had with her include basking in the sun on the freshly vacuumed carpet and all these kinds of stuff. Says, my question is, what are some of your cherished memories with any of your dearly departed fur babies? Anything that makes you well up with tears or pride when you think of them?
Oh, gosh.
Now, I know all of us are animal owners and previous animal owners, so I thought it fit a good question.
Mm-hmm.
So
it's so my dog, Sadie Girl, who lived forever and ever and ever, and I said this at the time that she died. At the time she died, she was the longest relationship I had ever had with anybody. Like no human other than, like my family, have I had a relationship as long as, and dogs are, and I'm sure cats, for people that have them, are great because they love you no matter what. And, in that 17 years that I had her, I went through a lot during that time, and she helped me through some really bad stuff that was going on, because the dog is constant. They don't know that you've got stuff going on. And having that companion that loves you no matter what and is always there. Yeah, I can't think of a specific instance, but my thought with her was, you helped me through some bad times, and you didn't even know you were doing that, but you did.
We don't deserve dogs.
Mine was I did not know. When we first got Artie, I would come home, and if you go to x96.com/live, I'll show you the face that he would pull. I would come home from work, and he'd be, because he was there by himself, I would come home and he would be doing this. He would move his, he had the underbite already, but he would open his mouth and kind of back and forth like that,
But not make a noise?
Not making a noise. He would just go like that when I would come home. And I thought it was because he did something wrong, and he knew I was going to catch him, and he was like, this is his way of apologizing I thought that for a month.
Yeah.
And then I took Artie to the groomer, as I did every week, and our groomer, Tanya, who is the dog whisperer. I don't care what Cesar Milan says. She knows everything about dogs. And I told her, I said, he does this when I get home. And I showed her. She goes, oh, he's smiling at you. He's happy you're home.
My heart.
And I'm like, oh my God, I feel so bad that I thought it was because I'd go, what did you do, buddy? What did you do? And then when
happy you were home.
And then when I also remember when his eyes got bad in his later years, we would put a toy on each stair so that because his depth perception was gone. And so that way he could see the toys, because the carpet's brown, and if it was dark,
it's hard
he couldn't
to tell.
see.
Yeah.
So he would see the toys, and that's where he knew where a step was. So we'd put a step on each one.
That's smart.
But
Katie, do you have one?
Smile.
Yeah, I do. So my very first dog that I ever personally owned was a little mentally challenged. I have a sore spot for a really big soft spot for like mentally challenged animals. But he just wasn't all there in the head. And when I got him, he was missing his 2 front teeth. And I always thought it was so weird. I named him Bosley because it was when the remake of Charlie's Angels had just kind of come out, and it was really big at the time. And he ended up developing sundowner syndrome in his later years, where he kind of just forgot who he was as soon as about 2 o'clock hit. But yeah, it was kind of scary. But before all of that kind of hit, he was just a little dumb, and it was a cute dumb. But in my parents' backyard, they have a wood deck that sits about 6 inches off of the ground floor. And we called Bosley over. My sister and I were sitting outside hanging out in the sun, and we called Bosley over to come sit with us. And he gets right up to the edge of the wood, and his legs were not very strong, and he was very chunky because he kept stealing other dogs' foods. So he went to get up on the porch, slipped, and just face planted into the wood steps.
Aww.
That was probably the best thing I have, but I actually have his ashes in a little box that say he finally got his 2 front teeth.
Aww.
That's mine.
Oh, sorry. 9:21. And it is, we have Boner Fight coming up here in about 6 minutes. So before that, a reasonable amount of news now. Brought to you by
Young Power Sports in Centerville is Utah's newest power sports dealer. Tri-City Performance is now Young Power Sports in Centerville, your Polaris Victory motorcycle dealer. See inventory online at youngpowersports.com.
Well, I'm trying to find, I think I just saw something that said the Senate has passed this $1 trillion COVID relief
they did?
bill.
The Senate did?
I thought Ron Johnson was going to make him read the entire thing.
I think I just saw that, and I was trying to find it.
Yeah,
yeah.
Gina, do a search and see.
I do have other important news to impart to you. For instance, how about a masked intruder tried to break into Sandra Lee's house?
Ooh.
Why is this significant? Well, you know who Sandra Lee is. She was a chef, a cook. She does cooking shows.
Mm-hmm.
She lives in Malibu, but more importantly than that, she was Andrew Cuomo's live-in girlfriend in New York for many moons.
All right.
She now she lives in Malibu. They still refer to her as a Food Network star. She was not at home at the time of the attempted break-in, but on security camera, a masked intruder had broke into her home, and the culprit was caught on the doorbell camera trying to open a key lockbox twice. She does not recognize who it was. It was somebody with a mask. Kind of scary. The break-in comes less than a week after Lee revealed that her wardrobe included several one-of-a-kind pieces that include a Bob Mackie dress that was once worn by Cher on Sonny and Cher.
Oh, it was. Oh, wow. Okay.
So, so the thought is that maybe somebody heard her talking about that and decided to break into the house and try and steal that. Lee moved out of the house she shared with Governor Andrew Cuomo last year. She's not said anything, by the way, about any of the allegations against Andrew Cuomo. She dated him for 14 years.
Put a ring on it, Andrew. Come on.
No, she's out now. She moved.
Yeah.
She moved to the left coast. He's there on the right coast. Speaking of Cuomo, I heard somebody yesterday talking about him and what his known reputation and how enamored people got of him when he seemed to take charge of things happening with the coronavirus. Mm-hmm. And there were people going around saying he's kind of sexy, and they were referring to themselves as Cuomo-sexuals.
Oh.
Not anymore.
No, I don't think so.
And I don't know where you thought you saw that bill, but I can't see anything that the Senate has passed it.
I thought for sure that's what I just saw, that the Senate has passed.
No,
voted
it's not.
To pass
Yeah,
it?
no. Ron Johnson has plans to have the entire thing read aloud. 700 pages. This is how he's going to stall.
Well, that'll be interesting.
Yeah.
I'll be sure to make sure that I'm available to hear all of that.
Mm-hmm.
Let's see what else is going on. Hundreds of unhoused people, that's what they're saying, have been given, the 4th Street Clinic says it's given COVID-19 vaccines to people experiencing homelessness since the Salt Lake County Health Department first gave vaccines to the clinic in January. Laurel Ingram, development director of the clinic, said the clinic is giving out about an average of 10 doses per day. Vaccines have been distributed at the clinic's headquarters, 409 West 4th South, and through other homeless resource centers in Salt Lake County. She said the clinic's nurses have done a good job asking every patient who comes to the clinic if they would like a vaccine. Vaccine priority is allotted based on state guidelines, which currently prioritizes people over 65 and those with certain pre-existing conditions. The health department has been great in providing us with Moderna doses, and we have not had any issues in getting those, she said. Our staff has worked hard to get doses in arms, and we've not wasted any of the vaccines. So I don't. I mean, I guess it would seem to me that they're probably giving those vaccines. If people are homeless, they're giving them to people not necessarily within that guideline of 65 and older.
Oh, I see.
I would think that's the case. It's not written very clearly here. People experiencing homelessness don't have to get vaccines through the clinic, though. Unhoused people over 65 or those with underlying pre-existing conditions are entitled to make appointments through the county or at pharmacies. There was a fear that the that the virus would spread among the homeless populations. So this is an attempt to prevent that from happening. And I haven't heard of any big outbreaks of coronavirus in homeless populations. Let's see. Kellogg's has a new cereal idea, mashups. Actually, didn't we hear a comedian talking about that early this morning?
Yes, we did. Would you
Jimmy
like to
Fallon,
hear
I think.
Was it Jimmy Fallon?
Mm-hmm. Unfortunately, it was Jimmy Fallon.
Yeah, which means it wasn't as funny as it could have been.
Funny. It wasn't that funny.
Well, you want to hear it?
Yeah.
Okay, here we go.
Some breakfast news. I saw that Kellogg's is rolling out a new mashup cereal. Yeah, it's Frosted Flakes and Apple Jacks mixed together in the same box.
Now, see, I could do this. I could do this today because here's what I've learned is that I don't eat cereal as rapidly or as much as I used to, so I can't buy a whole box. So I've started buying those little boxes,
the cute ones, the baby boxes.
For your lunch box.
Yeah, the ones you can actually cut on the perforation and eat it right out of the box if you want.
If you want, I put it in the bowl, but I do have the Frosted Flakes and the Apple Jacks, so I'll
should
do
try
that.
This. Yeah.
I'll do that today and let you know. Anyway, here we go.
Of course, it's not the first mashup cereal on the market. I'm sure you guys remember these. There was the Lucky Charms and Fiber One. They mashed up to make Irish Goodbyes. Then Special K and Cheerios mashed up to make K-holes. That was And finally, Captain Crunch and Grape Nuts mashed up to make Captain Crunch's Nuts. And
See, here's the thing. Stephen Colbert could have said the same words, and it would have been funny. I'm telling you.
Maybe. Yeah. Japan, Burger King Japan, Carrie.
Yes.
Announcing a super 1-pound beef burger. 1 pound. It's described as, quote, a wall of meat.
Well,
that's too much.
No.
Even for me, that's
build that wall is what I'm chanting. All
the
right.
super 1 pound beef burger is available at Burger King's in Japan through March 26th. True to its name, the burger is reportedly an incredibly spicy item, and customers who order it reportedly will receive a special gift if they can consume the entire burger. But apparently
it's a challenge. Okay.
Yeah. It's apparently a spicy wall of meat.
All right, well,
Burger King
I'll
Japan.
pass on that. I don't need the spicy.
No.
I'll do a wall of meat. Build that wall.
It's Boner Fight. With Radio from Hell on X96.
All right, here it is. This is the winner from round one, which was, well, the government now has at least 140 children to take care of. The government of Chile, who they passed out through their health service birth control, and it was defective. And the government then just quietly recalled all the ones they could find and didn't say anything about it. This has resulted in at least 140 unwanted pregnancies in Chile. Going up against number two, college campus student safety is not, should not be a political issue.
No.
So they tried to set up a commission. Janie Iwamoto here in Utah tried to set up a bill that would establish a commission to discuss campus safety on college campuses because there have been murders and assaults. And in the bill, she wanted to have students take part as well in the commission to kind of give their ideas. What do you think about how campus security should be handled based on the fact that, well, you're the people going there?
Yeah.
Well, the state legislature said, no, we can't have students. They're too liberal. They'll drown out the conservative voices. And so she had to water down the bill to get it passed at all. That's boner candidate number two.
All right, there you go. You've got to decide of these two candidates, which one is the worst, which one deserves to be boner of the day for today. 1 or 2, remember your candidate number, the one that you think should win. Put that single digit in the message of a text. That's all we need in the message of the text. That's how the computer counts it. Text it to 33986. Easy. Or you can call, speak to a human being, 877-602-9696. We gave you your chance to speak to a real-life person today and have a human connection. But you passed it up and decided to vote online, x96.com. Look for the box that says Boner Fight, March 4, 2021, and vote there. Chances are you won't see that box right away when you get to the website. Refresh your browser, and it should appear. All right? You have until the end of these messages to do it. Let's go. This is Boner of the Day.
And now, it's time to play the game that everyone wants to play. It's Beat Gina! Beat Gina brought to you today by Haster Games. Haster Games in Midvale has the best selection of board games, Magic, and Dungeons & Dragons. And Haster also buys used games. Haster Games on 6831 South State Street, or go to HasterGames.com. And today, one lucky contestant will win a Fat Cats gift card. Yes, but that's not all. Another contestant, no, the same contestant, will win a Radio from Hell tote bag. And now, here's the man who can host a game show with one hand tied behind his back. He's so good, he can host 2 game shows at the same time. Wow. When you look in the dictionary for the words game show host, you will find his picture, and you will swoon. Wow. Here he is, the man, nay, the legend, Kerry Jacksboy Jackson.
Thank you, Johnny.
You're welcome,
Although
Kerry.
I think you're just taking Wikipedia entries about Wink Martindale and using them for me, right?
Oh, no. Wink Martindale doesn't cast a shadow like you do.
All right. Well, thank you.
You're welcome.
How we pick the contestants, you ask? Well, it's easy. We determine, based on the prize that they're going to give Gina, if she beats them at Scary Movie Trivia. So, line 1, Gina is offering you a Greek gyro meal.
Ooh.
Okay.
I don't know whether it's prepared here or
no, there's no specifics.
Transported.
Okay.
Doesn't say. Line 2 is offering you Halloween cookies and wine.
Okay.
And line 3 is offering you Lehigh Bakery donuts.
I've never had the Lehigh Bakery donuts.
Oh, they're very good.
Okay, we'll go with that,
Is that what you want?
Sure.
Going with Lehigh Bakery donuts with Brad. Brad is who you will be playing against today. Brad, are you there? Oh, hang on. Brad, are you there?
I'm here.
All right, good. Thank you, Brad. I was doing some work during the commercial. All right. We toss coin to determine who goes first. It does give you an advantage in the game. Heads or tails?
Tails.
All right. Coin toss app says tails. That means you go first, Brad.
Are you feeling confident, Brad?
Very confident.
Oh,
all right.
Okay.
These trivia questions prepared by Katie, I would think.
No.
No? Okay.
Hawk.
Based on the Scary Movie franchise.
Okay.
Which were the parodies of the Scream movies and a whole bunch of other horror movies, and so it's based on those.
Okay.
So here we go. Brad, your question first. Multiple choice. What is the name of the high school that Cindy goes to in the first Scary Movie? Is it 1, Shadyside High School, 2, Serial K High School, 3, Dead Bodies High, or 4, B.A. Corpse High School?
I think it's A.
Shadyside? Incorrect.
Shadyside.
Gina.
B.A. Corpse.
B.A. Corpse is correct.
It's 1-0 for Gina, and I don't think I'd like to go to that high school. Gina now controls the question as well.
Gina.
Yeah.
What did Cindy type on the computer to summon the police? What was her message to call the police? Was it 1, the killer's in the house, 2, white woman in trouble, 3, can you bring some donuts, 4, I've fallen and I can't get up.
White woman in trouble.
Wow.
That's 2-0 for Gina, a commanding lead. But, Brad, you have a chance to climb back into the game.
Brad?
All right.
What is the book that Cindy is reading? Is it 1, Harry Pothead, 2, Board of the Rings, 3, The Gay Gatsby, or 4, The I'm Really Hungry Games?
The Gay Gatsby.
Incorrect, Gina.
I don't know.
A, Harry Pothead?
Yeah. Oh, that was a total guess.
Well, Gina sweeps the game.
Wow.
Brad almost didn't get a chance to say anything. And now you'll be
I guess I gotta go rewatch those movies.
Yeah.
You'll be enjoying delicious Lehigh Bakery donuts, and poor Brad will go home empty-handed.
People shouldn't expect me to do that again. That was a
That may never happen.
No.
You whipped him like a souffle.
Hang on, Brad. All right.
I'm going. Goodbye.
You're just out of here?
Yes.
You can't leave until I turn the music down.
Oh, you're right. I can't.
It's
I'm
like,
trying to.
It's like a Doctor Strange spell.
I'm trying to, but I can't leave.
Tell me the truth, Gina. You guessed on all of those.
Totally guessed.
I knew you didn't see those movies. I just knew it. Okay, Johnny, you're free.
Thank you.
You're released. It's time to award Boner of the Day.
And it's brought to you in part by some delicious rockfish, I believe it was, in a caper butter sauce, and some broiled asparagus.
Nice.
And Young Power Sports in Centerville is Utah's newest power sports dealer. Tri-City Performance is now Young Power Sports in Centerville, your Polaris Victory motorcycle dealer. See inventory online at youngpowersports.com.
Well, was really no contest. The first one, bad in any, just any setting. The Chilean government trying to keep it quiet about these defective birth control pills, and women ending up having babies that they were not expecting to have. But it couldn't go up against the local boner candidate.
Nope.
The Utah State Legislature taking students out of the equation of this college campus safety bill because, well, if we have them making suggestions, they're liberal, College students are liberal, and they'll drown out conservative voices, which are so hard to hear anyway in the state of Utah.
Where's the liberal and conservative sides of campus safety? What are the...
Well... because the conservative kids are packing. That's why.
Oh,
maybe that's
all
it.
of them.
Anyway, that was number 2, and it wins handily.
There you go. That's your boner of the day for today. It is now qualified to be boner of the week. That'll be decided tomorrow at this time. All right. Mad Marchness is live at x96.com. Just go to x96.com, click on the link for Mad Marchness, and look at our brackets. You will have to register. Sorry. It's just part of the thing. But look at our brackets, and you decide who's going to win in these matchups. All right?
Okay.
So the first matchup that you'll see, this is Gina's
Round
pick
one.
and Gina's pick and my pick.
Yeah.
Gina has picked the camel butter dish.
Oh, I remember that. Yeah.
I love my camel butter dish.
To go up against my pick, which is the 1966 Batmobile, because that's the best Batmobile.
Well, not the real Batmobile. It's a.
Well, no, this is all I had. See, that was the other thing, is that we had to take pictures. If
Oh,
I
yeah.
had the actual 1966 Batmobile, I would have taken a picture of it. But this is what I have.
I see.
That's remote control, by the way, just so you know.
Oh, well.
My
fun.
butter dish is not remote control. It is a manually operated butter dish.
What does camel butter taste like?
Yeah, that's
It's
good
delicious.
The next
Camel
matchup is Gina's cast.
Yes. On her ankle.
The dangerous curb. And going up against Bill's note from my son about a dead raccoon.
Yep.
So
This is a good matchup.
A real note that I woke up one morning and found this note. It says, "Please don't throw out this dead raccoon. I put it in a cage, not because like it was going to get away. No, so that other animals couldn't get to it. This is a raccoon he scooped up off of the dead raccoon he scooped out of the street. He said, I'm going to use the skeleton in a project."
All right. So there's your second matchup. Your third matchup is animals.
Mm-hmm.
Katie has all of her pets, with 3 cats and a dog.
Poor dog.
Going up against my 2 dogs, Hudson and Ripley.
This is going to be a hard
So this will be
battle, that one.
This will be tough. I think it's going to be cat people versus dog people in the end. But the next matchup, Gina has put the American flag versus Katie's rideable Triceratops.
That's pretty cool.
So the next matchup is Gina's fancy hat, for horse racing.
I love my hat.
Versus Bill's coconut birthday cake.
Which
that the
my daughter
Pringles?
made that cake.
Oh,
no,
okay.
my daughter made that cake.
Oh, that looks good.
That's a beauty.
All right, so there you go. The next matchup is going to be a tough one. This is going to be the toughest out of all of them.
You think?
Bill's bag of sausage.
Yeah, these are little Bavarian sausages, hardwood smoked Bavarian sausages.
Versus drunken Dr. McCoy, who is apparently in command of the Enterprise.
Well, that sounds dangerous, Carrie.
So, there you go. Matchup number 7 is Katie's pick, the Lost Lands Music Festival. So if you're into the electronic dance music. Versus Bill's A Drink by the Fire.
Oh, that's a Manhattan, by the way, and that's
Served
my
in a-
fireplace.
Served in a martini glass. All
Yeah,
right.
That's,
so
that's
there you go.
my Manhattan and my fireplace.
The next matchup number 8, is Katie's pick, My Moon, which is a stuffed animal, I
No,
believe.
it's a moon shelf.
What is it?
You can't
Oh,
see the
moon
whole,
shelf.
whole picture. It's a moon shelf. It's really pretty.
Okay. Versus my pick, Galactus the Planet Eater. So there you go. Those are the picks right now. So you need to go to x96.com, click on the Mad Marchness link.
Now it says here, vote below and vote each week. There may be a prize at the end of this thing.
Maybe.
We don't know. If not, it's just fun to do. But
Yeah.
but another reason to do it is the chance that there could be a prize at the end of it. So.
All right. So there you go. It's Mad Marchness. It's back, and it's at x96.com. You need a time waster at work. There you
Sure.
go. Don't work at work. Waste your time at work.
I'm
at
pulling for
x96.com.
the dead raccoon note to go all the way.
Well,
it could.
I'm not picking favorites. I like all of my picks. All right. We'll crawl towards the exits after these, X96.
It is the 23rd century. Humans have left the lowly confines of planet Earth and have sought their destiny among the stars. While many things have changed, one constant remains: the need for young men to venture forth and do the work of the Lord. This is the tale of two such men who at the age of 19 have answered the call of their general authorities and are embarking on a 2-year mission to spread the gospel throughout the galaxy. This is the story of Space Elders! In this episode, we find an old adversary of Butch and Lehigh planning their demise.
So, bounty hunter, you will bring me Christiansen?
Jabba the Hutt was very fond of his rancor. He would pay me more for a complete set of missionaries.
Christiansen made me look weak in front of the Emperor. Only by turning Christiansen to the dark side will I be able to regain my place by the Emperor's side.
One elder Jensen.
Sell him to that slug, Jabba. I have arranged to have the elders meet you on Bespin. There you can ambush them without anyone noticing.
If these elders bested you and the Emperor, how do you expect me to transport them back to you?
I prefer my elders frozen. There is a carbonite facility on Cloud City. That should make transporting them simple.
Have my credits ready. I'll be right back.
Here we are, Butch. Cloud City. It sure looks like the holograms they showed us in school.
I don't know, Lehigh. I always get nervous when I stand on a city that's floating miles above the surface. Are you sure this is the right place?
Zone Leader Hanson said that we're supposed to meet someone here named Lando Calrissian, right here on Bespin.
Well, church records on this Calrissian fellow show him to be a gambler, smuggler, womanizer, and a penny stock manipulator. Are you sure this is the guy?
Well, maybe he's ready to turn over a new leaf. Oh, I think that's him right there.
Hi, and welcome to Cloud City. I'm Lando Calrissian. I run the mining operation here on Bespin. Could I offer you a beverage? Perhaps some malt?
I love a malt.
Liquor?
Oh, no, we don't drink, Mr. Calrissian. I'm Elder Christiansen, and this is Elder Jensen.
Hi.
We represent the Church of Jesus Christ of Latter-day Saints.
You know, the Mormons.
Now, our zone leader said that you might be interested in learning more about our religion.
Actually, no. We have some common acquaintances. I've made a deal with the Empire. Well, they'll leave me alone if I introduce you to this guy over here. Elders, this is Boba Fett. Boba Fett, Elders Christiansen and Jensen there. Gotta go now. Got a city to run. Bye-bye.
Well, Mr. Fett was up. Well, hi, Hey, I'm all tied up!
Cool toy. I need to get me one of those. We could convert more people if we could just tie them up first.
Now, Butch, I don't think we would be allowed to hog-tie prospective converts. Excuse me, Mr. Fett, could you untie me now?
One down, one to go.
Don't push my companion in that hole!
Whoa!
What have you done to my companion? Is Butch dead?
No, he wouldn't be worth much to me dead. Jabba wants to see him die in person. Your companion is frozen in carbonite. Now, if you would be so kind as to throw yourself down in there, we can get on with this.
You're going to take us both back to Jabba's palace?
No, you have an appointment with Darth Vader and the Emperor.
Cousin Darth? Oh, my.
Hey, get over here.
Sorry about this, Butch, but I need you to do something for me. Don't push me.
Ah!
Oh, I guess you weighed more than I thought in this thing, Butch. I'm sorry, Mr. Fett. I hope my companion, who's now frozen in carbonite, wasn't too heavy. Oh, geez, what do I got to do now? I better go for some help.
Never leave your companion, Lehigh.
Mr. Kenobi?
It is the first rule. You must never leave your companion.
Obi-Wan, come back. I need some help. Oh, well, I guess I can put you on my luggage rack like this, Butch. Come on, let's go. Will Butch be able to serve out the rest of his mission frozen in carbonite? Can Lehigh really find a big microwave to defrost him in? Will Darth Vader ever get his revenge and once again become the Emperor's favorite lapdog? And where does Boba Fett get all those neat gizmos? Tune in next time to hear Butch say... on the next mind-numbing episode of Space Elders!
And Fitty, too, right now.
Bill's just still gone down the snack hole. That's all he's talked about during those commercials was all the snacks.
Snackathon, that's the website.
Snack hole!
I had no idea how many different kinds of pork rinds there were. Man. Or if you prefer, chicharrones.
Now that's the hole Bill went down. I went down the night sky on Mars as seen by Perseverance hole.
Yes.
And I retweeted it. It's spectacular what the night sky on Mars. It looks fake. It look like that can't be real.
Is it? Oh man, yeah. Well, that
it's
isn't
so
real.
cool.
That can't be real. That's not real. Jeez.
Absolutely gorgeous.
That's not real.
It's
That's
not?
a Hollywood studio. Directed by Stanley Kubrick.
He's dead.
Directed by Steven Spielberg.
Oh, okay.
Because you know why.
Yeah, because you know why.
You know, I never watched the movie The Doors before. I never saw it.
You didn't, huh?
No.
With Val Kilmer? That
Yeah.
one?
And so I think that's the only one. And so I, for some reason, started watching it yesterday. It's terrible. It's Oliver Stone at his worst and best. I mean, there are things in it that are kind of cool but it's just
What made you go down the
I
Doors
don't know.
hole or the stone hole or whatever you want to call it?
I have no idea. I just started watching it. It's long too. I didn't get all the way through it. Poor Meg Ryan is just absolutely wasted.
I forgot she's in that.
She's just wasted in it. You know,
really?
Yeah. The only thing I would say for it is that Val Kilmer is really handsome.
That's probably why you got sucked in, because you kind of like Val Kilmer. You kind of.
And
see, it just reminds me of that sketch from the Ben Stiller show about Oliver Stone Land.
Yeah.
The
what happens in Oliver Stone Land?
I'm Oliver Stone, and this summer I invite you to witness my latest creation.
It's Oliver Stone Land!
Welcome to the future site of Oliver Stone Land, my own amusement park. Let me be your host as I usher you through reality. My reality. A magical place where the objective is not to escape, but to confront. Inspired by my hit film The Doors is a feverishly psychotic maze called Mr. Morrison's Wild Ride. It's an enhanced trip through depression, self-delusion, and crazed egomania. I wanted everyone to feel the fire that is Morrison. That's all right. You can get on, you little lizard king. At Oliver Stone Land, we question authority.
And so they get into bathtubs to ride the
Of
ride.
course.
Bathtub fits a family of 4. But beware, this ride may remove your will to live. Bring it all through! Bring it all through!
It's as good as the movie.
No, Jim, no. Give me some death. No, Jim, no. Death.
Look it up. It's on YouTube.
Kyle MacLachlan is pretty good in it.
Is he?
Yeah.
I saw it once. That's
the music scenes are actually pretty good. Val Kilmer does a really good job convincing you that he's singing those songs.
And at the time, he looked like Jim Morrison.
Yeah.
He did. Yeah.
Not anymore. But at the time.
Well, I don't actually, Carrie. They probably look a lot alike now.
Yeah. I bet Jim Morrison has a hole in his throat.
All right. Let's
did we get a promo?
Yes,
Yeah.
we did.
It says Thursday promo right
okay,
on it.
well then let's do it, shall we?
All right.
Well done. You have made it to the end of the week, but that doesn't mean you should miss Friday's Radio from Hell show.
Starting at 6:45, it's Am I the Boner? But for this to work properly, we need you to call in with your thoughts on the topic, so be ready.
Then at 7:45, it's Best Question, but stick around because at 8 a.m., we get to have another drink with Jimmy the Wine Guy featuring Meomi wines.
And, of course, Mayor Wilson joins us at 8:45 for our Salt Lake County update.
It's all happening on Friday's Radio from Hell show on X96.
All right. I think we're good, right?
Yeah.
We have to go so Bill can continue down the snack hole.
I need some pork rinds.
Snack hole.
Oh, man, those look good.
Well, we don't have time for the story of Adam Levine feels like there aren't any bands anymore. Lord knows that's important.
Mm-hmm.
Tom Morello is still friends with Ted Nugent despite opposite political beliefs.
Tom. We'll have a talk later.
All right. I think we're good. I think we're covered. Got all business taken care of.
Yep.
Fine job, Katie. Thank you. Live long and prosper, bitches.
Don't you know who I am?
Build that wall of meat.
Corey is next.